Welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it for the Wayward One, session 35.
Wayward Ones!
Wayward Ones, yeah, so lost.
Noodle Arms. We're so excited. All right. What did we do last session, huh? Well, we spent some time in the rubble of the ruined Sultoric Tower, particularly underneath where the treasury was somewhat intact. There was mainly the vaults that were intact, and there's some corridors that were there we were left to explore, but it was far from what it used to be originally, and then far from it used to be after the impact of the opening of congruence, right, to the shadow. So both two transitions, and then now we had the whole thing and the tower being ruined. It just is added to the damage to this place over and over and over again. The fact that it still exists, that we can get into it, is miraculous. In fact, you're not the only people to seems to have gotten into here. It seems that they have perhaps the dragon has made an attempt at taking treasury from the particular space, or an affiliate of the dragon, this particular place, has taken opportunities to try to empty some of the vaults. You saw the activity of that, scraping stone and other things from some of the chests. There's a couple of things we found in the rubble of the actual tower. We had Dumley's shield that we were able to find, and then Istriel found Soren's amulet. The treasury yielded us a great number of items, particularly a rod of rulership, which was found and identified, and then we had a ring of shooting stars that was found and identified. Those were both there, along with 2,000, 1,200 platinum there, so 3,200, then 23,000 gold pieces worth of gems and jewelry. So an abundance of coin and things, and just opening your mind to the possibilities of how much actual treasure it was in this particular place when it was fully functioning as like a bank treasury. In addition to what we find down here was a rampart and a tunnel, and it was found heading east from the dungeon's second level. So all of this was theater of mind. That's just because the maps have dramatically changed. There's also not hostilities as there were before. Everything's really changed. The whole landscape has been dynamically shifted. And that tunnel and that rampart and tunnel, we didn't fully go down. We didn't fully explore. So we're going to backtrack, right, and continue through here. And you eventually navigated to underneath that particular level, and then descended into a private study library, a long corridor that led to underneath the tower, the central point, and that was Sultoric's chamber. Okay? Sultoric is the lead Morsandra, the lead of their kind. They put to the task this generation cycle in studying space, particularly reality, planes, branching and growing their people to new heights, their culture to new places. They exist currently here to protect the one thing that they have created. Not the tower, it wasn't Thixia, it was this clone of what they refer to as Eric. This well or conduit of arcane power, and something that Feywild deities wish to squander. They wish to destroy it. So Torek went into a great many things. I'm not going to cover that in the recap, like I said, but if you have any questions on it, in terms of things that we can answer pretty promptly, you can go ahead and ask that now.
How do you spell Aaron?
Eric's.
Eric's? Is that what it is?
That's how I pronounce it. Eric's.
Got it.
Okay. So we, just for you, Mikey, you should be at 63,230 experience total. Everyone gets the same experience. Now we are still in the relevant position. I don't believe we had left the Sultoric chamber. We had kind of ended it with our brains just completely garbled and dismantled with what this thing was saying to us. And this quote unquote Eladrin elf, as they showcase that perhaps they're not that, they just might look like that, had kind of pulled them, like they were absorbed into the ball of energy that sits at the center point of the chamber on the platform. And about the space, right? I showcased to you that the walls themselves, right, had stars and like the cosmos and things like star maps and stuff, like real time on the dome ceiling height. There was other shelves and tinkerer things here, and it's really much like a laboratory or an observatory hybrid between the two in this space. And again, I won't go into more details than that. It's going to create some ambiance for the only thing that's really happening, which is the essentially the ball of lightning that is working. Every once in a while, staff underneath there, everything's kind of one right pillar of the central tower coming through, the ball underneath it, and then the staff there. The staff is impregnated into the platform. You're left alone. The large vault door has been opened, and the traps have been turned off or dispelled. Currently still there underneath. Third level.
All right. Well, a lot of information. Anybody got anything left to ask before we leave?
I have a few questions, if he doesn't mind. Siltoric. I may have asked this before, but please refresh me if I did. How accurately do you think you can teleport us or transport us if we were to ask you to go through time?
You talk to the spherical ball of energy. You see
Yes, I'm talking to the spherical ball of energy.
You shoot out. It shoots out an arc, and then it begins to like grow. Soltoric in the humanoid form looks towards you. What do you mean?
If we were to ask you to transport us somewhere like where we came from before,
How
how
precise?
accurate would you be? Like, could you get us to the same year, the same day? Would we be on the same continent? Like, both in space and time? How accurate do you think you could be?
To be perfectly honest, I have never done something like this, and as such, I can make no guarantees. I can try my best to place you where you intend to be. The same timeline you wish to exist upon, same effect, position of the sun, and thereby the calendar. All I can try. But it's hope, right?
That's. Thank you for telling us honestly. That's very good to know. Beyond that, I have an object that is broken. I was wondering if you could fix it or give us any leads on how we might repair it.
Hmm. Yes. Come over here. He begins to walk over to a nearby long wooden stone, metallic, kind of reinforced workbench. So tinker tools and other things, measurements, whatnot. Ushers you, the hands folded, one coming through to place the weapon upon the workbench.
I will place the sheathed Bane of Baratheon on the workbench.
Look upon it, looking from left to right. Do you know what this weapon is called?
Um, I believe it is referred to as the Bane of Baratheon. Yeah, it's. I think it's called the Bane of Baratheon. I don't know. I didn't make it. Maybe there's some hidden name for it in another language or something.
See, as they begin to pull necessary components, cast identify. Sitting up, different things. So looking at the artwork of the dragon parts and things you're studying. They've done so after 10 minutes. They look upon you. Preparing magical item such as this is an artifact. It is unique. It would require the necessary reagents as it was forged. You can sense in this weapon that it is rich and filled with the blood of dragon, in particular one, named Barry Thune. I cannot tell you if any dragon's blood will do, or it's dragon's blood, particularly. The way that this was pulled together, the artwork, the aesthetics to be able to be pleased, it is a task that not anyone can simply do. I have the necessary tools here, as well as the skills, in an attempt to repair it, if we were to able find the reagent. Dragon's blood being one of them, and there's something else. Could be related to dragons, but maybe it is in the process of its forging, particularly heat. Thing I cannot recreate myself.
Would there be any chances of damaging the blade if we were to attempt to forge it with the blood of a dragon, not Barathone? Or would we simply lose the blood?
As an artifact as this, I can only urge on the side of caution. Any falter in the reagents necessary would mean the destruction of this blade. The magic would be lost. The things that make this, the way that it absorbs the blood of dragons, deals harmful blows through the scales to the very soul and the fabric of what makes a dragon. I fear we would lose that.
You said yourself this, sorry if I'm asking too many questions, but you said yourself this absorbs the blood of dragons. Maybe instead of trying to repair it with dragon's blood, we were to simply pour dragon's blood on it. Would that have an effect? Maybe bringing it back to a somewhat usable state, if not its original state, or putting it in a situation where repairing it has less damage, less chance of damaging it?
You speak very simply, and I'll try to help you. The will of the wielder and their hatred of dragons is what coals the blood into the blade. It is someone who has used this, has hated dragons, and put that hate into the weapon. Whoever's wielded it has done so. There are other properties to the weapon. Enchanted. Obviously, it is a superior weapon compared to the common. But it is this property of how it fights dragons, deals them lethal blows. I cannot say for certain if simply pouring blood will suffice in restoring the properties of the blade. Perhaps you should venture forward and find whoever created this.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
I have a question.
Yes.
This time fracture finagler thing you mentioned. Do you think that can be repaired? And if so, would all the timelines then coalesce? Would there be like just whichever one we were on at the time became the dominant one and then everything else is wiped away? How would that work?
I have differing theories. I don't know what caused the fracture, and to have that be resolved, would that mean that the timelines would continue to exist, or would they converge? My duty to restore order, and I would like to see it as such. To have an imbalance as this, have multiple timelines, multiple realities. It plays upon the very fiber of my being. Now, what are the consequences, though, of restoring this order? As you have stated, would they merge into themselves, creating more chaos? Balance. It'd be something that would need to be studied. To know the source of the fracture, to perhaps do so in a smaller scale. There are planes that exist outside of time. Elemental planes are one of them. That's why shifting to them in the state that we are now is so difficult. Perhaps the prime elementals of the planes would understand this more than I.
Hmm. All right. Riddle me this. Supposing we did converge all of these timelines together, and all that variety and all these different ways of living for all these folks who may or may not exist independently in different ones. If we were to reconverge all of them, would that not be mass murder on the most calamitous scale ever enacted? And if so, would it not be better to just leave them separate?
I believe that is for each one to decide their own morality and ethics. Find that to be murderous, then it is. You act as you would to that endeavor.
Well, that's a hypothetical for another day.
You can see from the
Huh.
faces of the rest of your party. I have destroyed your minds. For that, I am truly sorry.
Oh no, mine was destroyed long ago. It's been a hell of a journey. This is just kind of another fart in the wind to me at this point.
Yeah, You're lucky this place doesn't have an open bar.
I don't know. I could use a drink right about now. Well, guys, I mean, I'd like to go home too, but from the sounds of it, one reality is just as real as any other reality. It's not like the one we started in is more real than any of the others. And, well, I mean, if we could go back all hunky dory, yeah, cool, but I don't know that I want to be the guinea pig for this guy's first trial run of sending people back into another timeline like that. Jella's been doing it for a while, and even he kind of screwed it up for us. Maybe it's better we just stay put.
I agree with that.
Um, well, I hate to interrupt this conversation about whether or not we should go back, but I think either way we're gonna have to kill this big black dragon. So I don't know. I
Why
just
don't
think it'd be
we?
nice if we had more time to think about it. This is a
I could stow that question away for later and deal with the immediate problem.
Why?
Is this not an immediate problem? Because this timeline might not be less real than the one we came from, but I know how that one works. I
The
don't know
truth-
how this one works. I don't know if we kill the dragon in this timeline and they get transported back to our own, is the dragon still dead? That becomes a bigger problem.
I would love to go back to my own timeline, but I don't know if we know enough right now to risk it. And also, in the first place, we can't really until we kill the dragon, and sooner the well, maybe not the
Wait,
sooner the
why?
better.
Why? He said
Don't
he could do it now.
Oh, doesn't I thought he needed something. Okay.
Yeah,
So, Thoric,
but it's
Thoric,
risky.
you had mentioned that you saw this particular timeline was doomed, if not for our actions, or you couldn't see our ripples or whatever. Uh, why? Why does it die?
If I knew that, I would venture to stop it. I have a sneaking suspicion it is because of the actions of all of you.
Well, that's kind of a catch-22, isn't it? Either we try to stop things and make things better here and thus bring about its doom, or we leave it alone and bring about its doom. Kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I think, wasn't predicting our actions impossible? So,
That's correct. Which
so
is
thus,
why. Continue.
so thus, if by default it is going to be destroyed, we can't make it any worse. It's not like we're gonna cause it. Our actions are unpredictable, so whatever we do, maybe we can speed it up a little bit, but we can't do it. We're not gonna outright cause it if we try to meddle. Is that my understanding?
He's a
The
very
point-
pessimistic line of thinking there, Mr.
point
Paladin
is
man.
that he has no idea. We
You
do
So
can.
how does he
nothing,
know it's
it
gonna
could cause
die?
it. We do
Listen.
something, it could cause it.
You don't want to continue. You all have a quest. You all have purpose. What you need to do here. You are thinking and dwindling on what could be. But what I had stated should simply remind you that you are as easily responsible as you are stopping it, as causing it. By your actions being hidden, enshrouded, and only foreseeing you in the ripples of what you have done, you are the answer. For if something is to always be, then what you need to stop it? Something which cannot be predicted.
My man, I know you think that was helpful, but no, that was worse.
I
Yeah,
apologize.
I'm even more confused now.
Yes, well, damned if you do, and damned if you don't. Both
Um,
are equally probable.
I think that's what I just said, but thank
Do
you.
time traveling, like, magical people all go to the same, like, course in how to speak in riddles?
This is how I've always spoken since I was born.
So it's a
Hey, boy.
genetic thing. You and Magello must be related or something. So
Must be great at parties.
It is foretold that Musatra inherit prior knowledge, and we grow.
Could you spitball some odds for us? How likely do you think it is you could get us all back in one piece in our original timeline? More or less where we left, preferably not about to be crushed by a giant anger dragon.
I had already stated this twice, 3 times, and now we're talking about it. I simply do not know. I will try my best.
I mean, could you speculate a little bit?
Speculation would be unfavorable, as since I have not done it, I do not know the odds.
Isn't speculating pretty much the only thing you do around here?
No.
Guys, I think we should stay here.
Like moving makes any sense, honestly. Like I think it's the time factor already shows that these I don't know, these timelines are not if not connecting, more or less borderlining each other. And if our mission is to prevent the end, then maybe preventing the end in one way will prevent a lot in other realities, since what we do is affecting the other ones, regardless of what time we are in.
So Torek, are there any consequences to us waiting on this decision? Like, you're sending us through time anyways. If you send us through time a week from now, will there be any difference if you send us some time today? Through time today?
I don't believe there would be a difference there, but there is no rush, all of you.
Because there are beings that are beyond time. We've already discussed that, so. Okay, yes, this is
Yes,
for
we.
me and Paylor to work out.
Perhaps so.
Well, originally I was on board with Felix's idea that, if we're going to defend something, it might as well be the place where we came from. But Dirty Joe brings up a good point. They don't know how precise they can be, and they've previously stated only deities have done this before. So,
If we were to stay here, would you be able to provide any assistance with the dragon? Just, I don't know if this would have an effect on the decision, but at least maybe.
I cannot help you in this fight. My purpose and my duty is to protect this. If I was to perish, and it was to be left alone, the very fabric of what I have built would be gone.
Well, you don't need to like come with us, but maybe I don't know. Like, do you have like magical spells you could like scrolls or something? Or,
Are
I don't
you
know.
a studier or mastery of the arcane?
I'm not. We have two people who are. So
And I learned how to read up to a 4th grade level, so I can riddle through your tomes.
yeah, I am sure that he could be of some assistance.
He reads the orange books.
If you gave me enough time, I could draft some scroll of magic that perhaps your friends who have some prowess in the arcane could use.
I hate to ask this because you've already given us so much help, but would there be, you know what that'd be? Yeah, never mind.
But I do not believe that you all have time. From what I have overheard, you all wish to act quite promptly. It might not be wise to wait for me to create these things.
And
Fortunately, you're right.
Sorry, what was that?
No, I just said unfortunately, Torque's right.
Okay.
any hints about where this last little dragonstone fragment might be? Like, hold up my is it a crescent that I had now? I forget.
I think it's a prism.
Is it a
Prism.
rhomboid now? Yeah.
A rhomboid? Yeah. It's a rhomboid! Yeah, buddy!
What shape is this?
That's a rhomboid. So Torek probably I'll just transition out of the character here. So Torek is going to reference very similar that, they don't personally know what that is. They have an understanding of, based on the context of what you all had stated to them, of what it might be, right? So they're going off of what you have said to them, and then they're telling you that they're referencing back in that lore, right? The dragons and some of the things the elementals were doing in terms of controlling dragons and things, and you relating that the stone and what it potentially has. They would reference, if you're looking for something of that has not been found over the number of hundreds of years since they've been here, if that has been so, or if it's been more recent, there's only one culture and one faction that has been secluded, cut off from the rest of the redwoods and the marshes after, and that is the Salinar. Lizard folk, the Olywugs, the Mukluk, right? Frog people, and the Ivrai, all these cultures have been out and navigating through and connected in some way. It's the Salinar that cut themselves off after the.
I'm sorry, who were the Salinar again?
Were they the
Drawing a
druid
blank
people?
here.
Druid
They
people.
were the druids.
Yeah, by the altar of flowers.
Mhm.
So it's just reiterating that if this has never been found and nothing has referenced what they've never found, then perhaps it's with a culture or people that have kept themselves hidden and secluded away from the rest of the culture.
All right, well, thank you. You have been helpful in a sense. Got some kind of a bigger-ish idea of what the hell's going on, even though most just raises more questions. Um, guys, what do you think?
Felix, Thea,
Yeah, so I appreciate everybody's point of view and respect people's decisions. I think I'll help you take down Grugash, but then I'm gonna go back. This is not my home.
I
Okay.
agree with
And
Felix. I'll help you take down Grugash. But I said it once, I'll say it again. I don't know how things work here. In Fort Farron, we talk to people, and the more we talked to the people, the more suspicious of us they got because we didn't know what was going on, what we should have known. And the more people we talk to in this place that knew us before, we don't know who knows us in this world. We don't know what their feelings towards us are. The more people we interact with, the more danger we're in. I'm going back to where I know what the score is.
yes, but as a counterpoint to that, everybody that we came across was still more or less who we knew before. And yeah, some of the recent events got jumbled up, but we didn't have anybody that we were previously on good terms with try to punch us in the face or anything out of the blue. I'm willing to bet like most of the people you knew growing up are still kind of doing more or less the same thing and experience the same experiences that you in the past.
Yeah, but the thing is that the people I grew up with, if one tiny thing is different, that changes how I have to respond and
Ooh.
how I have to live and how I have to keep living. I'd rather do it there where I know how to do that.
All
Torque.
right.
Um, I have a question for Satoric that I think might um, affect this. Satoric, what do you think are the chances that you always said you're very inaccurate with teleporting? What do you think are the chances that we would be physically harmed during the process or end up in a world that's completely destroyed?
They turn, they look towards the ball of energy. You all wish to go back to your timeline. I may have a way. Perhaps to do it now would be best.
Could you elaborate?
I have thought of it for a moment. It is selfish of me to influence you to the task of slaying a dragon on this timeline when it is not yours. Perhaps what I have seen is the destruction of this timeline, and you all would be better to spare another that I have not seen. Perhaps in that one, wherever you come from, can be safe. Or there is another path.
Well, I just like if we still exist in this timeline, like another one of us, and we're totally dope enough to kill a dragon, you can just contact them.
Perhaps I will. It's not be nice meeting you all. And pleasant conversation. This is very much a part of me as I am all of you. Truly believe now that perhaps I can use the power of what I have created to connect with another, the same me, in another timeline. Doing so will exhaust this. I will lose my creation. That mean the world will be spared chance, hope, something to cling to. It is indeed that you all wish to go back. I can prepare. You will hopefully return to your timeline, the same moment that you disappeared, and you will reappear with the Siltoric that is there, and emerge from this clone of Eric's.
Well, now I still feel bad about this whole place going up in smoke. Before we did that, is there anything we could do here to, I don't know, try to shore you up somehow? I have no idea how this stuff works, but man, I don't want this whole place to go up in fumes just because we decided to, well, fuck off.
That is what I
I-
have been clinging to throughout this conversation. But this timeline is all that matters. But speaking to all of you and your earning to go home and to see that I should be thinking more about all time. And that the fate of the world, perhaps just one needs to survive, especially in the conversation we've just spoken with. If there is some resolution to the fracture, just one. Perhaps that is your one. But you will never reach that if you are not there.
Mr. Othello, have we tried reaching out to the other you?
Yeah, but I only received the message to myself, so I'm not too sure. Maybe if I try again, it'll be different, but I don't think so.
What if we tried someone that isn't among this group, but maybe would have been?
Could always try Regmore.
Regmore would have been a part of our group, most likely.
Yes,
He
he
might not have
went.
left in that in this timeline.
I mean, I don't know if it would change anything, but maybe it'd give us some insight into the situation.
Well,
All
no,
right.
I'm.
Oh,
I think it's their responsibility, right? If they're the chosen ones in this timeline, it's their job to kill the dragons in this timeline.
My
What?
big worry, my worry is just that we somehow were. I don't know.
I think that's a
I'm,
bit
I'm
unfair to our other selves. I mean, we're not responsible for any of this stuff. We're just trying to do our best to help.
yeah, but Felix is kind of right. If they are anomalies just like us, this is their timeline, and they're the anomalies for this timeline. They should handle what they need to handle here.
If they're here, we don't know that yet.
yeah, we don't. We,
That's what I'm
we
saying.
haven't
You
been able to
confirm that
contact
they're
them.
here. We reach out to them because they need opportunities to grow too. You know, you and I, we all grow through our adversity and through these trials and through defeating these dragons and taking their items and their hoard and their wealth. And if we take that for ourselves, they don't get to grow in that way. And then for sure, this timeline is doomed because the next
Of
thing that they come across, they're just gonna get fucking spanked.
Yeah, I agree with Felix here, but my big worry is just that we weren't able to contact them before. Uh, we have seen people who saw them recently, but we haven't seen anyone who's seen them since we got here. My worry is before if we swapped places with them or something, and I don't know. If even if they are here, we can't protect every timeline. This isn't our original one, but I would say we should at least do our best. Maybe handle the dragon, and I mean, especially if Saltoric here might end up. He says he's going to use up all the force in the object, but he has essentially fused with it, from my understanding. He might end up giving us life to transport us. I mean, I figure we should at least give him a few days, trying to fix what we can here before we leave.
Mr. Athala, you have your bag of holding, right?
What was that?
Yeah, I always have the bag open.
Um, so the stories I heard about it, and you let me know if this is true. The bag of holding is a demi-plane, right?
Jay, if you're
I
talking,
don't
we
know
don't
if
hear you.
Yeah.
Cricket sounds.
Couldn't hear David either just now.
Yeah, I think you're lagging pretty. Because you're roboting sometimes when you're coming in the chat as well.
So, if I'm alright right now, can you put that real quick, too?
Yeah, we couldn't understand you. I think you're lagging too much.
All right, how about now?
Better.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right. Just repeat that.
So you're the smart wizard guy, Mr. Athala. But I've heard stories that bags of holdings are like another plane, almost like a demi-plane. Is that true?
Sort of like a pocket dimension, space separate from other spaces.
Okay. Now, if one were to use divination magic on somebody inside of this pocket dimension, would it not work because they're in a different dimension?
I feel like it'd be a probability thing where there can be a chance it can happen, can be a chance it can't.
Okay. Are you able to scry?
Not yet.
Mr. Sutoric, are you able to scry?
I can, yeah.
All right. Here's my proposal. One of us jumps into the bag of holding because you can't scry onto another plane, right? And then they scry on Mr. Sutoric scries on that individual on this plane and see if they can find them. If they can find them, they can send a message to that one.
Issue with this is that you all are shrouded, protected from divination magic. I would have to find something that I could scry upon that is not all of you. Is there something or a bit of information you know of that I can use?
We heard that they were going to the People's Palace to ask for help.
Also, if it helps, they had a lot of steel with them. I don't know if that helped at all, but they're moving very slowly.
Do you know what label has been stamped onto the crates?
Let me check. I was given a crate with steel on it. What was the label on it?
You can give that description to them. I'm not going to go. It's
I
redundant.
gotta give him the description.
I can
give him the
try to
description.
use that and see if I can find something. I don't see why it would be relevant to have one of you stuffed into a bag of holding. I cannot scry upon you.
Well, Mr. Athala tried to send a message to himself, and it went to himself. He's trying to send it to his other version of himself, so I figured.
Yes, he's
I
trying
kinda
to
know
get
what
rid of
you're
any
saying.
like kind of divination interference we might provide.
Yes. I
Othala,
see.
if you send a message to me when I jump in the bag of holding, maybe it'll go to my other self if he's here instead of me.
You may also be able
Let's
to.
try it.
That is possible. That's what I was also thinking. Like maybe Felix or somebody jump inside the bag of holding
Let me
and
in there.
contact.
I kind of want to see what
Well,
it's like. Is there a
they would
speed?
also probably have the same sword as I do. May not be broken, but they'd probably have it. And we just put that in the bag of holding, and you could scry on that. It's probably
I
a
think
unique existence
Bob
too.
them for their burying the Barathun. Thought that's where that conversation was going. But all right.
I mean, it's a unique existence. There's no other ones that he might accidentally scry on, and as long as this is the bag of holding, and they probably also have it.
I'm trying to open up the bag and crawl inside.
I would. Okay.
Are we letting
Let
him do
him
that?
do what he wants. Let him do what he wants to do. He's got 10 minutes. I'm starting the timer
Send me a
in my
message.
head.
Closing it up.
Bleep.
Well, Joe has 10 minutes. All right. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna cast sending to Joe, but I'm gonna look away from the bag and see if that works.
I'm trying to cast
My
a
other
sending.
working theory is if we killed this Joe and send the message, we could bring Joe back.
We do have scrolls of Revivify.
We do.
They
Yeah,
only
6 of
work
them.
within a minute, so we'd have to be quick.
We have 10 rounds.
Turn my
So-
back for 30 seconds. You guys are trying to kill me.
If I so rule wise, I think ascending still has a probability of going
Mm-hmm.
through.
Yeah, it was more so the scry. Yeah, it's a 5% chance
it's
that it
the
fails.
scrying.
Another
The
plane.
scrying can't.
Right.
You
So
could do
you're-
both at the same time.
So you're casting. So with all you're casting sending to Dirty Joe.
Of this world. I'm gonna be thinking the
this
whole time of this world, of this timeline.
And we could ask Siltoric to do scrying at the same time that he's doing that. Just
Gotcha.
start on it at least.
I'll put the sword in the bag then, just in case. I don't know if he's doing the steel or
No.
the sword.
Joe would probably have some kind of animal skull on him or animal bones of like a trophy that he took.
I know, but if
Right.
he's scrying, he might need something more specific. I don't know how magic works, but he might need something more specific than animal skull.
What does Joe have that is specific?
Yeah, and it'd also probably be good if he saw it. You know, it's like
Trying to
there's a
think.
lot of animal skulls in the
Any
world.
trinkets from back home?
Well, I did have something, but I put him on the pedestal of that altar of Thrim back in the day. It was like my first ever deer trophy. I don't know that I would have been carrying anything. I could make something up.
The issue is if you're in possession of the object, the shroud is also passed to the. That's the issue with the scry. So that's why it has to be something that isn't going to be worn or carried.
Oh, my loot.
So if there's something in the wagon that you would throw, or like a supply in these wagons, that's kind of what I was hinting on in terms of the metal, right? If it's large amounts of crates and they're stowed away, that's honestly something that's it's found. I mean, you're going to see that, but that's more of an identifier in terms of making sure the scrying goes through. But is there an object that you, in terms of like Dirty Joe, would say my backpack's in the wagon? What would I hold out off of myself if I'm walking alongside, or perhaps if I'm now in a large city and I'm leaving my stuff in a room, right? Those are kind of the things there. So you're saying your loot.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have Soltork at that point seeing your loot, understanding, right? That's what it looks like. Okay. All right. So Soltork moves over to one of the opposite tables. The workbench is more of a tinkerer's area. There's a kind of a crystal orb pedestal, unique, begins to move, tantalizing with blue sparks about the glasswork. And it's just like staring into it and envisioning as they enchant and cast this divination spell. They begin to funnel certain reagents and things that are placed in drawers, opening the drawers and pulling out the objects, even if the drawers are small, and then they're funneling themselves into the particular spell. As they begin to cast this, they're focusing on the object which is revealed to them, and they begin to look through. At the same time that's happening, you're trying to get the sending spell off.
Yeah, getting it off towards the Joe of this timeline.
Okay. What are you saying?
Why do I say the Joe? I feel like he would know. All right. I'm gonna say hey buddy, went to go use the bathroom. Where did y'all go on down the road? Where are you at currently?
He's just
Wait,
standing with the same.
what?
It's so weird if he's right next to him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Joe's gonna be drinking with Othala or something.
All
This
right,
is
that's my whole thing. If he's weirded out, that means the whole group is together,
And Joe would
Okay.
respond.
and Joe would respond. And because
He
if
would
it's
totally
weird, he's gonna
respond.
give a weird response. But if nothing's happening, he's just gonna answer me regular, like if Othala's not there.
All right, roll a d100.
Right?
So, Dirty Joe, you hear in the bag, hear that message. And then also you get an answer with Dala. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You're right damn here. The exact same time as Dirty Joe in the bag. How are you responding to the sending message?
Oh, piss nuts. It didn't work. I heard you through the bag anyway.
Both voices come at you at the same time.
Oh, that was weird.
What happened?
weird,
Oh,
but
man.
good or weird but bad.
Here.
You got both of them.
Yeah, I can hear both. Yeah, open the bag for Joe before he suffocates.
Yeah. Let him out.
I heard two Joes just now, and apparently the group is together. There's another version of us here.
Oh, she. Well,
Well, then this.
Huh. okay, well, that makes me feel a little bit better about absconding. If there's
Yeah,
still another group that'll help.
yeah.
Great. Now, can you correct that and inform them of the situation, and they can come back and handle it? I mean, it sounds like they're already handling. They're going to get help to fight Grugash.
Yeah. Just tell them that the problem with Grugash has escalated. Maybe you should get back here.
Yeah,
I
all
can
right, I got a lot of
observe
stuff.
you all are crowded on the royal way, the bridge that crosses, large and mighty, the gates of the fortified capital. Seems one of you has found a liking to many of the smoked meats from one of the traders and has stopped. I think you can guess which one that is. You all seem quite happy, joyful, with purpose. You have a large cargo. The royal way is busy, as always. There is one of you that is not here, yet a new dwarf. Red hair and beard.
Greg's still with them.
Well, good.
Is there
He's
anything else
handy in a
you
pinch.
wish to know?
I look happy.
That is a very
Squints
important
into
question.
the orb. As happy as I've seen you.
Oh, that could be anything. Joe could have told a joke.
Does seem like squint down upon it. Yes, well, does look like Dirty Joe is missing a finger in the left hand. Well, that's from.
I mean, doesn't surprise me, but man, that's a
Um,
bummer for that guy.
Are there any other visual differences between us and them?
Not much. Maybe different clothing and equipment, but nothing else of note.
Am I in possession of a pocket watch?
You in possession of a pocket watch?
That is what I asked.
Where do you commonly keep this?
The bottom of my backpack.
It's too difficult to move the sensor that close. It would risk collapse of the spell. Unless you keep the backpack on the wagon, but according to this,
I
you
don't know if
always keep the items close to you.
not much has changed then.
No. Is this enough?
You said we were on the royal way.
That is correct.
Is there anything notable about the path? Does it seem like there's been any like signs of recent combat or?
The Royal Way is a grand bridge that crosses the west fork of the Gorn. It is many thousands of meters long. It runs itself into the outer walls of Beelder. Not all are permitted to go. Trader areas lie within the interior of the outer and inner wall. The Royal Way will take you all the way to the People's Palace. It meets road.
Okay. Well, that is reassuring, to say the least. Well,
Ah,
not the specific part about the royal way, but just this whole scrying thing.
Where does Joe usually keep his stone? Does it look like that Joe also has one? What I'm getting at is maybe there's a reason that they opted not to take on the dragon themselves.
They may not have stats.
You, because Merlin gave his to Joe in this timeline.
Oh, wait, did we steal the stones from this timeline for
We
Joe here?
stole one.
Well, they're bringing an army. I think they'll make up for it. Hopefully.
I'm going to cease the spell. That is all there is.
Should we write them a letter of some kind with all the information we have come across, or at least the important parts to them? And maybe, it seems like they're going to come back to the marshes at some point. If Siltoric or someone else we know comes in contact with them, he could hand it off.
I can possibly send another message, try to make it go through and just inform them directly.
But don't you have like a limit to how much you can say? I mean,
I
they
have
might not. They might have never
to,
traveled across timelines or know anything with that. And
I can communicate with myself if that's the case.
Didn't that not work the first time?
Yeah, but it possibly just didn't go through. It's a probability chance. It worked this time. I'll just try a bunch of times. I have enough magic for today. As long as we're not doing nothing else.
If it doesn't work for you, it could work for me.
Yeah, but how much would Thea believe me? Or trust?
I believe almost everything you say.
I appreciate that.
You watch my back, I watch yours, so
All right, so I'll just be honest. Tell
and
you the truth.
if you're succinct, she would be able to translate that for everyone else. Doesn't have to be complete sentences. Get the main points across.
I feel
All right.
like no one has explicitly said that I can end the spell, so I will just do so. Right.
Oh, thank you, Satori.
No worries. Moves away from the crystal ball.
Please hold a moment.
It's like 3 times.
Messed up our minds, all right?
3 times. Okay. So you're trying to
yes.
send a sending message again to yourself?
To Thea of this world.
Oh, okay.
Should I go into the bag of holding? I look at it with skepticism.
That might help, yeah.
I mean, I
No,
still
look-
heard the message in there, so
I'm gonna look Joe dead in the eyes. You get me out of there in 5 minutes or less.
yeah, all right.
Got it. All right.
we give her like a rope that she can hold so we can like so that way she can pull herself out?
It's only like 4 or 5 feet deep.
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't know.
It's ouch. It's all right.
Okay. Casting sending again.
Yeah.
And make
The
a, what are you saying?
different Othala from different timeline. Gathered information here that Grugash is attacking soon. Fort Farron in danger. We are leaving. Do your best.
Okay. Yeah, I was counting the words there, but that's fine. I try not to be too particular.
It's 22, I think.
I think it was
23.
22. Yeah, 23. I think it was 23.
23.
Yeah, roll percentile. Sophia, you hear this in the bag. How would your character on this timeline respond to that message?
It would probably take her a beat, but she also doesn't. I mean, this version of the version I play doesn't fully understand magic. But if she knows Othala, then she would, and if she's still traveling with him, then she would probably respond with an understood.
Okay. So you hear the message from the sending, and you can respond. You're like mine if you want to from the bag.
Well, I'm
Othala,
just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna stay silent in the bag.
Okay.
Because I know it's not meant for me.
Dirty Joe. Throw it back into the shot. Okay. Just kidding. Othala, you're sent back a message from Thea on this timeline. Simple understood.
Okay. It worked, guys. She got it. She understood.
Okay. And I get her out.
She respond?
Yeah, it worked. She understood completely and is gonna handle it.
I'm pretty pragmatic that way.
Well, it just does suck we took one stone, but they'll find another one at the altar.
Hmm. Well, we already killed one dragon without all of them. And they got reinforcements, so.
And
Eh.
cost his masterwork steel, yeah.
Yes, they're probably wearing full armor made of masterwork steel by now with how much I bought.
And they have giant snakes on their side still.
Yes.
That's very helpful in a pinch.
And should we handle one of the forts before we go, since we have the deal with the elves, or are we just gonna let that drop?
Well.
Tell them to go back.
Out of character,
I mean,
you don't necessarily need to do that. All they did, they said they would make an encampment and wait there for a certain number of days, and if you don't show up, they're just gonna head back.
I know, but it's like rude to like, just make them wait there.
We can always
No.
connect send a sending spell to.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
send a sending spell to them too if you want to. I'm just saying that that's their prerogative. If you don't show up, they're just gonna go.
Okay.
Let's
I feel
be
like
nice to the Ephraim. They helped us out.
yeah, I don't know how Costas feels just about just leaving them there for 3 days as it just fails. Just
They
Could
had no
you-
intention of going against this fort without us suggesting it first.
I know, but like they
So
offered
they
to
would
help.
probably be more than happy to go right back to where they were.
Probably.
Othala, could you get both parties in contact with each other? Tell the Evrai about the other us's and vice versa?
That's why I was thinking we just
Oh.
leave a letter, so that way when they get here, we could tell them stuff like the stone is probably with the druids. The Ivrai are possible allies. Maybe a basic rundown about the codexes. Just
Yeah, that
stuff
would
that
help.
they might not have the information, and it's too much for some to
Sator, you have the power to move through timelines and send people. So I'm assuming you would have the power to use teleport as well, object.
I don't have the power to move. Not my power. But yes, I can teleport objects, people, things.
Okay. Well, instead of probability, chance, and wasting a bunch of magic that might not work, we can possibly just write a letter and have Sotoric here maybe move it towards them. I can just tell the Evrai to abort mission, look for reinforcements that are coming in the future, and then have the letter go towards our party that's here.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what we're getting into when we land in our timeline. Sotoric did mention landing probably where we were at, and if we're meeting Sotoric where we were at, we'll be underground under Grugash. So
There's also just the distinct possibility that the timeline's leak. We've kind of seen that already. If we help them here, maybe it'll help us there. That's the kind of cynical way if you want to look at it. There's also just the general, if we can help them stop the end of the world, it's a good thing.
Sure. We have no idea at this point, but sure. I'm on the side of helping people. And the
It's
fact
like-
that there's no us is back in the original timeline. I mean, as risky as it sounds, I can't abide having a whole world being left on its own to be devoured by crazy wizards and timeline elementals and all that kind of stuff without us to stop them. So, well, I guess let's
Sure.
head home.
Well, if we know there's a set of us here, I'm happy to head home. Plus, worst case scenario, we end up somewhere else, and then we can try
Yeah, worst
again.
case scenario, we might all just evaporate and die, but we're fixing to fight a dragon, so it's a very, very high chance of death there anyway. So,
Well, yeah, sure.
all right, inward to danger.
Isn't it kind of same shit, different day?
basically,
At this
I feel-
point, yes, this has been a wild journey.
I feel like we just constantly live on the edge of being evaporated and dying. So
I
Yeah.
almost got evaporated and died already.
That's
So,
right.
did yeah. In a
um,
great 3 months.
I just want to check in with you, Miss Israel. You're not from this time space or our time space. Are you comfortable going back with us?
Um, perhaps whatever clues we found regarding Soren here could also be tied back to the other timeline. At least that's what I'm hoping for.
Because you're not. Are you from this timeline?
No, I'm from the same one that you all came from. I was close to here, anyways, as I explained much earlier. Right before your fight at the top of the tower, when I got teleported in.
Right. Right. Cool. All right. Glad we checked in.
Now that axe, though, you said also was on your timeline, right?
Yep.
It almost ate Felix. Nasty piece of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have all the forts been cleared back there?
No.
No.
Just a toric.
All right. Well, then it seems like there's plenty to look into there.
Well, I feel like we're probably going to be in close to the same position, right? It's relatively similar. So, if Mr. Satora could send us to this chamber in our timeline, and we could talk to that one, and then that'd be ideal.
Oh, wait a minute. Did we finish our mission in the other timeline for Fort Farron?
No, we haven't got paid for it yet. We're supposed to get paid when we get back.
So are we gonna get double
So,
paid?
we could try. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna celebrate, that'd be unpaladin-y, but you know.
Not to mention, the Satoric Citadel hasn't been, to our knowledge, raided in that timeline. So going right back to those same vaults there. Get your lockpick and that's ready.
And have we talked to and got the job from the
The
frogs?
mucklup? Nope.
Yeah, we've got the job. Oh.
Nope.
You know what? I'm suddenly a lot more excited to go timeline jumping.
All right, if
You
we're
may
gonna
find enough to buy you a forge.
if we're gonna send
Oh,
a
I went
letter
to
to the other us's to come here in this timeline, Joe was gonna leave his share of the treasure there for the other Joe.
It's super generous of you, buddy. I mean, there totally is a dragon horde for them to come get, but yeah.
Yeah,
He's
there's a
still
dragon.
me though. He needs all the help he can get, man. And I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I kind of like me. Even if it's another version of me, he deserves cash money too.
This might sound weird, but sometimes I don't like me, so
Oh, I
Ah.
like me a lot, but I'm smart, so I
I'll
will
have to work
find
on that.
gold.
Hey, that's uncalled for.
No, I'm just saying I'm not
you don't need
worried
to
about.
insult Joe.
I'm not. I'm saying she can find her own gold. I have faith in
Feel
her.
though, feels like I'm stealing his.
well, they
Joe,
didn't
you
check
got to
the
do what's
vaults yet.
Joe. You got to do what's right. What you feel is right.
Yeah.
Don't judge me here.
I'm just gonna
Exactly.
say it. For all we know, they actually took the door with them, so they might not need to worry about money.
There is
Anthony.
no universe in any timeline where I let you dismantle that door across this morning light.
Same. Also, they negotiated a killer deal back in Fort Farron. I don't think they really need our help in the gold department.
Yeah, he did. The other me bought like how many ingots a masterwork steel? I don't think they need to worry about gold. Like, he had a practical he could have made a small arsenal for he could outfitted a small army with that amount, or maybe at least the tens of it.
Hey guys, you don't have to. We make our own decisions. If Joe, you want to do that, you do that. All right.
All right, maybe just half of it.
Whatever makes you feel better, bud.
Yeah, compromise between your guys' greed and my own conscience, so that'll have to do for now.
I will join Joe, and I will pull out one gold piece. Just set it on the ground. If they show up, Mr. Satora, can you give him that?
At least you're trying.
I'm going to write a very personal letter to the other man.
Zlotorek looks towards the coin. Certainly. Takes it.
Above
Inside check.
table was my
Roll it up.
was my inventory adjusted the last time we got that giant payout of platinum or whatever last session?
I never adjusted any of your inventory.
How much did you guys say goes to each person? Does anybody remember?
Uh,
It should be in the
485 platinum a person, I think.
Hold on, it should still be in the
Or
chat.
like 5,000, I think. 5,000 gold, something like that.
It's somewhere in
2000
chat.
It says 2000,
So you
485
found
per
platinum
person?
person, I think, really.
2000 platinum and 2300 gold.
so in total.
And that
you
was
all
split
so
6 ways.
yeah,
7 ways?
So in total, you found 3,200 platinum and 23,000 gold. Okay. So that was the disjunct of how much gold it was. I think you all were a little bit confused on that. And then I had to correct. So I'll put this in chat. Now, dividing it up, I don't know if I recall, I'm trying to look at my notes. I don't think I wrote it down personally. In terms of dividing this up. But it seemed, from based on how you have done this, you all have decided to separate equally amongst yourselves, and there has been time passing over things into treasury.
Yeah, the treasury has.
Yeah.
The treasury currently only has 290 platinum pieces and 5,735 gold pieces.
The treasury is accurate.
Yeah. No, I wrote down in my notes from last time that it was 2,000 platinum and we split it. So I got 200 of it.
I think that was only in the first chest. I think we found more later.
Yeah,
And then
because
there was 23,000 gold worth of gems. And that's
Did-
all in the bag of holding.
Did we ever make that gold worth of gems? Did we ever add that to our gold amount, or are we needing to sell it
No.
instead?
Oh, it's,
I-
in the bag, it's in the bag of holding.
Okay.
so we only got what, the 40,000, I believe, from the room where we split amongst ourselves for the gold, and then we have whatever we found, like the platinum pieces, and the gems are in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what the
Wow, only
23,000 is the gems and jewelry. So it sounded like you all divided up the 2,000 platinum
Yeah.
each other.
Yeah. We first divided up the 2,000 platinum, I think, and the next one we did the treasury.
So the 1,200 platinum that we got, we divided evenly.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. And then the extras went to the bag of holding at 200.
I had 0 platinum and I now have 485. So
Yeah, yeah.
So in the
I
first room, I remember we split it evenly, nothing into the fund. So 1,200 minus,
Yeah.
or 1,200 divided by 6 is 200 apiece. Everybody should have that, right?
Yes.
And then in the second safe, we found 2,000 platinum. We never divided that, unless somebody
Did we
added it
divide
for
that?
themselves.
I thought we divided it because I added some.
I was
myself
sitting at
into it.
200 platinum, so
Yeah, because I'm
I'm
at
sitting at 45.
Yeah, I'm at 485. I thought everybody went.
I have 485, yeah.
So if you do 485 and you multiply that by 6, you're at 2,910. And then if you add the remainder of what that is to 3,200, that is accurate to the treasury. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 290.
sounds good.
It's been a minute, right?
So Joe, you should have 485 platinum and the subtraction of gold.
Yep. So everyone should have 485 platinum, and then the 290 of that went to treasury, and then the 23,000 gold pieces put into the bag of holding. So that 23,000
Yeah,
gold
of
pieces
gem-
with the
yep.
gems and jewels, right? That's in the bag of holding. Does that
Sounds
make
good.
sense, Mikey?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm adding half of that to my inventory.
Yeah, so I believe split up the gold and the 40,000. I believe it was like 4,000 something, like 4,000 gold pieces that we put up each. So
That was a while ago, though.
yeah, that was in the room.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What's the conversion rate between platinum and gold?
I think it's 10 gold per platinum.
It's all
Which
10.
100. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I leave 243 platinum pieces in the little bag for Joe.
I think
Buy-
I'm just gonna start
buy something
carrying my.
nice.
Oh, okay. Good.
Okay. Is anybody doing anything else? Right.
Yeah.
I would have written the letter explaining the situation, everything that we have gathered these few days. More or less just a story, channeling my inner Felix. And then just handing it to Satoric to send to the party if he can. Just
Okay.
like leave it in the wagon.
All right. Takes the letter from you. I will try my best.
Thank you.
I'm
course.
going to leave a more personal letter to myself, which I just, I'm gonna put with the gold that like Joe and everyone did, if that's okay. Just
Okay.
kind of just explaining what's happened so far from my point of view, and trying to give him as much advice about the whole time mumbo jumbo as far as I understand it, since I don't know if I followed it anything about the time stuff. But
I
Okay.
am going to cast Enhance Ability on myself. And then at some point when Casas is distracted, I am going to swap the letter that I wrote in his own point of view to him. That is disorientating and embarrassing. And tell him that if the other Casas ever shows up, to kill him because he's been possessed by Damodar.
do I
So you're gonna-
see
you're
him do that?
You're gonna swap.
Chaos.
You're just gonna swap letters.
You have to roll for that.
Yeah, make a slide hand check advantage.
Oh my god.
Oh.
20 beats Casas' passive perception.
Oh. I'm screwed.
Casas, when you set it down, turn your attention towards the beta berry thune, grabbing it and just looking at it, going, "Please, I really wish I could fix you. Be fixed." At that time,
I believe that's a tad bit embellished.
in that moment, the letters swap.
That's 100% accurate.
Okay. You see a Siltoric at this point makes way up to the staff, the ball above, holds on to the staff, one hand, turns the other side of the body to the rest of you. Begins to take the staff, grabs, lifts it up from the actual indentation of that staff into the stone, and grabs, and the ball kind of moves with the staff. Slowly begins to lower the actual ball down to where the staff's position was. Close their eyes. As they open them, the arcing of the blue lightning between them is strong, or its eyes glow blue, as well as the rest of their veins, body. Are you all ready?
No, but let's do it anyway.
Yep.
Guess so.
You can do it, buddy. We give a bardic inspiration.
Turns the eyes to the ball. Energy. Looking forth, connecting with it. There's a silence as they communicate between themselves. And after a moment of pause, striking becomes more severe. The ceiling into the floor, to all of you, as it moves and strikes outwards, grows a little bit, as if it's fueling itself with the energy in the arcane around of the room. It is time. Come, step forth and in. Opens the hand for you all to walk into the ball of energy.
Okay, well, let's do this. I walk there.
Okay. You
Same.
walk
I'm
in.
gonna die.
Follow.
I'm gonna
Follow.
die eating. I start stuffing my face with smoked fish.
Okay.
Thank you, Satoric. This means a
Thank-
lot.
Thank you,
Right.
Siltoric, for your sacrifice.
Of course.
I will never forget it.
So, as you walk in, all of you into the ball, it seems like here, no one's saying no. Right? No one's saying no.
Thea
awesome.
chomped
Actually.
down her urge to insight check him that entire time, and she's like, "Nope, I don't think I could do it, so I'm just gonna go.
The last minute. Nope.
Trust the
You step
process."
in and you feel a rattling and a shake as if you're in a tunnel, moving and sloping and twisting and winding. You're all kind of moving all together in this space. And as it's happening, you're letting out like yells and things, right? It's all kind of traveling in the thing. And behind you, so whoever's actually the last one, it's collapsing rapidly, just like smashing forward this blue kind of tunnel of euphoric chromatic colors. It's actually collapsing on itself. And as that happens, you all are kept in a moment of suspension, stasis. And then, one after the next, you come tumbling out of a similar looking ball that's above a staff. You see a similar looking Sultoric that is currently placed themselves on one of the Tinkerer's bench, looking through a similar crystal ball with a map of the cosmos, particularly of the elemental plane, designed upon the wall, fragmented and splintered itself, the way it's been placed about specific spots and attention. As you come tumbling out, landing with large thunks on top of each other, like a domino effect, you see as Siltoric slowly turns around and looks at all of you.
Did it work? Are
What
you
day
the
is
you
it?
that was the other you that was supposed to be the you that was listening to the other you?
What day is it?
Who are all of you? What are you doing
Oh,
here? The door
hell,
is
guys,
closed
it
with the
didn't
room.
work.
Is Grugash here?
Yes.
Um,
Were you talking to another version of yourself just now?
No.
Eh,
um,
damn it.
Felix Fennec is at your service. We
Hello,
are the
Felix.
Wayward ones.
Wayward
very
ones
wayward.
travel through this. Motions forward, very confused. It only mean one thing. Must have been worth it.
What's one thing that it means?
I think he understands the situation.
Pardon, I shouldn't assume. My name is Sotoric. I am Morsatra. Do you have a recollection of where you have came from?
Yes, we've met you. Or a version of
Share
you.
open and honestly everything that we just experienced in Stork's Tower.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Shakes the head. That is as I suspect. Sotoric in that timeline. The creation. It's gone. Wealth of power would be overwhelming. Perhaps for good reason. Strange.
Well, he thought it was at the time. Can't speak for him, but I would assume you have the similar line of thought, so maybe don't hold it against us.
No. Whatever that Sotoric had reason for has been done. I will support.
Good. Right now, I'd say one of our most important things is confirming that we got to our destination. I mean, maybe he was talking to the wrong Sultoric, so. Can you tell us as much as you can about this timeline? Or at least that might differentiate it from others?
All I can tell you is that the tower has been destroyed recently.
That's good.
Hey, it's a good sign. Do you know if the ice dragon up in the north is dead?
Are you referring to Ethrin?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, him.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's pretty easy. Maybe reach out to one of your allies that were in this timeline before, like Regmore or the crazy one you told me about.
Ah, I've heard stories. He doesn't seem crazy. He just seems a bit sociopathic. But yes, this is.
Yeah, like I said, crazy.
I'd rather
Crazy
talk to Theo than Zell, but
Let's see how his spices are coming along.
Yeah, Reg would.
Me,
yeah, Reg probably because he had to go work on his plot of land, that'll probably be the best bet.
Yeah, he would still be here. So
Because anybody else, you know, wouldn't necessarily know all the details. Um,
Alright, I can all right, I'll reach out to Reg.
Okay.
Regmore, a few weird things have been happening these past few days. Just want to know if you're all right, and are you still working on your spices? Have you made it to Othema yet?
And this is a sending message.
Mhm.
Oh, really? I can't do that accent. It's like an Irish. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is Regmore suddenly a
You're
Chinese
just
we
wasting
had
that
wise
sending
man?
spell. Oh, really? Oh, really?
Oh,
really?
I'm trying to get the
25
accent right. It's not going to
maybe.
happen. It's not going to happen. But definitely, they say he's. I feel like Regmore says, "Oh, really?" pretty much to everything. Like that was like the first two words I've always heard from their mouth. Oh, really? Like the same, not the thing. I'm gonna do out of character. I'll do third character. I'll do third person, so it'll be easier. So, oh, really? Obviously, is the start giving you understanding that it is probably Regmore they're referring to. In terms of the character, they simply state that they had made way to Athena. They have their plot of land that they had chartered for. They're currently starting a bountiful growth and a harvest, and also enriching the land in the greenhouse. It's going well.
Right. Everything seems recent. Seems like he got to Thema. Probably would have took him a couple days. We did, I mean, like a week or so. We did separate a while ago, so everything kind of seems to line up.
Yeah, that's reassuring. That means, I mean, there can't be that many timelines where Regmore went to mend his power land.
Well, I mean, we have no idea how many there might be of him doing that exact same thing, but at least, if nothing else, we're in a timeline that's relatively close. Yes, it's the best we can ask for. So,
Um,
hey guys, we're not dead. How diggity?
Siltoric, when the tower was destroyed, how did the Grugash in this world react?
With anger and sadness,
Did he destroy the top few floors of the tower in anger?
the tower was brought down upon the treasury with ferocity. The treasury has been destroyed. The corridor is blocked. There's no way out
Li-
of this chamber.
Like every core, like every part of the treasury, or just like certain bits of it?
Let go.
No, nope.
Everything.
Everything.
It has come and collapsed upon itself.
Wayward.
We are trapped here. Well, at least I am, and I cannot leave. But I can teleport you all out of here, where you need to go.
How long
Um,
ago did this happen? If it was a few minutes, I don't want to leave yet.
It has been some time, a number of days.
That's good.
Oh wait, are you in contact with the other towers by any chance?
I am not. I have
Oh.
restricted contact. They are
Um,
corrupted.
did you happen to scry or see in some way what was going on, like in more detail than what you described? Like, did people die? Like specifically, people that had gone to the tower to like kill the necromancer there. Did they die in this timeline?
I don't
Or
know.
like,
You are referring to individuals that had been in the tower at the time of its destruction. I
yes.
have been observing from afar, and I could only see so much. Those that had been in the tower, I could only see what I normally see. I could not see anything else.
But there were no like obvious corpses at the time of the destruction. Would you know if there were corpses in the destruction of the tower? like in the rubble, or would you not know that?
I wouldn't know that. No.
Okay. Um,
Ishmael kind of clutches the locket in one hand and just asks, "Do you have any information on generals from the Shadowfell in the northern fort of Crapple Lake, and perhaps the Hag in the southern?"
Lady Trillia still occupies their fort in the south. Black Fortress has been vacant, except for a creature of pure horror and shadow.
is this creature bat-shaped?
Resembles that of a bat, yes.
Oh, dang it, it's still alive here. Okay, I think that's about as much as we're gonna get from here. I don't have any other ideas. You guys
We'll
do.
be able to confirm as we go back and talk to people that we've connected with. I feel like that's fine for now.
What, as far as where we're gonna go, since we can pick locations, have you guys thought about maybe the Mukluk? They might have a stone in this world too that we can just grab while we're there.
I kind of want to go talk to the druids, just because, if we go back to the Mukluk in this timeline, I'm gonna have to drink that awful brew all over again.
True,
That
but at
is
least
not something I want to try to do again.
at the same time, we might be able to. We know for a fact the Mukluk have it. The Druids might have it, but we know for the fact the Mukluk do, and we also already know how to handle the situation. Like we know what's going on. We could go in, we can negotiate quickly, and we can leave. The Druids, we have no idea. We're just plus it's I don't know.
Yeah, but
And
that's
nothing
tastes
about that
pretty
ruby.
bad. And maybe this Mukluk is mean. We don't know.
Well, if he's man,
I mean, what we heard about the Mugluk was from this timeline. Paxina said that they were simple and kind, and we just ran with that in the last timeline, and it worked out in our favor.
All right. Any of y'all got any kind of hot sauce or something to, I don't know, mask the
I'll
taste?
prestidigitate your food for you, man. I got you.
is that only his food? Or
Also, if you stay 10 feet around me, it'll be all right.
okay, thank you very much.
So, I think most of the goals that we had before we were in another place still applied. Besides maybe the bodies of the fallen.
Yeah. If everything is back to where it's at, the priest should still be in Fort Farron. And Soren is hopefully not the general. Sounds like we handled that when we fought the giant tree. Seems like everything's back in its place.
And in this world, that other may probably didn't buy all the steel, so there'll be more steel to buy.
Yeah, because this world is your world. Yeah.
Steel Schmeal. I'm more impressed with the fact that hopefully Priest Dumley's still alive. I really
Yeah.
like that guy.
I really hope he is, but
Oh, but those ingots, they're real shiny and you can craft all kinds of armor out of them, right? Man,
no, I
you
just don't
got to
want.
get your priorities sorted out.
I didn't want to get my
No, it's
hopes
part
up.
of his faith. I don't
No,
understand it, but I guess like they have to like be greedy
no,
and stuff.
it's not part of my faith, but no, Joe, it's he died in the other timeline. You know, things carry over.
It's carry over. You saying he's dead in this one too somehow?
I don't know.
If he is, I'm blaming you for saying that. That is some bad juju magumbo, my man. Bad juju magumbo.
I have no idea. I'm just.
Well, so I think our plan largely stays the same. We should reconnect with this version. Evrai, try to set up that attack on the southern fort. Maybe go up to Mukluk and see if we can get that stone. If they have another one, complete your stones. We could stop this time over at the Druids and re-pick up the job to go kill the lizard folk.
Well, it was from the Mukluk too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Should we just go straight
So,
there then?
Yeah, that's good place to go.
well, yeah, I think I mean, we can, but we'll when I'm backtracking, if we're on the Marshes of Unveiling, we should either go to the Ivrai or the Altar of Flowers, and then go back the other way.
Well,
On
so
foot.
George just said he could teleport us, right? So we just
I
go
think
straight
it'd
to the Mukluk, then trek that back down.
We could follow the same path we did before, Mukluk, then Evrai, then maybe straight here instead of the tower, but
But we wanted to go to the Altar of Flowers for the druid thing that was there. Is that not a thing?
No, that's
Well, I don't know. They
still a
were just
thing.
talking against it.
I think that's a backup though. If there's no Blackstone in this Mukluk.
Okay, so straight to Mukluk, and then if they don't have it there, we'll go over to the altar.
Sounds right.
If they do, then we'll go to Ivrai, set that up.
Oh,
And Michael, one question. Relisha was the one we saw in the tree. Am I correct about that? Because I know
Sorry.
Theron was the one, the Eri that was like, I guess like the leader, or
Mhm.
and then the one in the tree. Did they give us their name, or it was Relisha, or
Theron, I think.
No,
No,
that was the one down below.
Yeah, no. So Theron, the person above didn't actually give you their name personally. It was Theron had given information in terms of who that was. I think they had said it was Gualinus or something along those lines.
Wait, I have something written down. Relisha?
yeah, that's why I had to.
Yeah, Relisha. That's the one that was in the tree.
Okay.
There's another one in there that's named different, depending on where you're at. Okay. Yeah, that was the one that was in the tree. He's talking about when we get there, just like announcing to them they're on
Yeah,
observation.
maybe just to know that the familiarities are still there. Just what's different, just to know these names.
Okay.
so you said we should ask the name of every guard we pass by just to confirm similarities.
Wait, guys, maybe we shouldn't call out her name?
No.
That would be pretty
More
spooky.
from me out of character, just wanting to know the name of the character if I had it correctly. Yeah. Just in case for anything. But yeah. I think Muckluck, then Altar of Flowers, and if anything, and then we just speak to the Rangers and see if they'll help us out again.
Okay.
Just restart the last few days.
Are
Is
you
that time
ready
travel?
for me to teleport you?
I am.
As ready as we'll ever be.
Do it.
Walks over to the staff, grabs, holds on from above. Gather around up here, please. Position yourselves. Touch the staff. You wish to go to the Mukluk, yeah?
It'd probably be better to go somewhere kind of just outside the entrance. Teleporting into their home might be a bit.
On the border where they met us before.
Mm-hmm.
I understand. Close the eyes. One moment. Stares. Looks up as the connection again between the blue lightning into the eyes and into the veins. As they come through, they look. I see them hiding. This will be good. Twists the staff very slightly. The channeling of that blue begins to hit into all of you. For a brief moment, you are lost in terms of where you are. Then, very suddenly, you're brought to the exact same area. It's raining. Creatures are abundant. moving around you. Very similar in the outskirts of their territory. See the movement of heads poking out of the mud. Going back in.
Hello.
And so, unless you're opposed to it, Michael, I would use the exact same line of questioning and discussion and proposition, just so I don't have to, so we don't have to play through the same thing. That if it's identical, but if it's different, you tell me to shut up.
It's different. See as the frog creatures immediately appear, poking their heads up, the spears raised, coming out from the top, back themselves up, and they turn and look in your general direction, raising it up.
We bring shinies.
They speak common, I don't remember.
Toads emerge, staring. Whoa. 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 Seem more hostile, more aggressive.
Friends. What is going on? We are here to see your king.
Guys go wide. Muck! Muck gone! Muck gone! As far as the inch.
I'm so sorry. What do you mean he's gone?
Forms the webbed hand, begins to imitate a creature in flight. 8. Muck 8.
Was it the dragon?
Look confused.
I have a minor illusion, Grugash, in my hand.
Shaking the head back and forth. No.
Was it one of the bat things?
Yeah, it could be a bad.
The same minor illusion of the bad thing.
Eat muck! Many eat.
Oh. He ate him. Oh.
Ate him? Oh, damn. Well, that sucks.
How long ago?
Two moons.
As in, like, 2 days or 2 months?
2 moons.
I think
There's
2
moons
days.
There's 2 moons in this world, so it's 2 moons. And then makes them pass by one after the other.
Okay. You know where this creature flew off to?
Burns and points, pointing southeast.
All right,
Hey,
thank
hey,
you.
Hey,
So we're gonna
Felix,
leave you guys be.
real quick, ask him if they have a new Muckluck, and maybe we can talk to them.
A new King Muck. They're all King Muck.
Yep.
Oh, right, that one.
You have a new King Muck?
Points the spear, looks. Muck 8!
Who's in charge now?
They look around. Turn and point at one of the frogs. Spencer! Just kidding.
Fucking Spencer.
no, just looking around. No one. No king.
We're gonna go now. I'm gonna pull out some coin. Let's see. Just shinies. I will pull out 100 gold pieces and just scatter it, throw it into the air.
You jump for it. Diving in. More heads poke out. Tongues begin to grab the coin. Frantically.
Let's go.
I will relay information that people didn't understand.
Okay.
I don't think we should go to the southeast. We're going to get there eventually. We're already up here. Why don't we go over to the altar?
Sounds
You know,
good.
yeah, I agree.
Go east.
All right, so you're heading east.
Yeah, to the altar. Right.
Okay.
Wait, the altar's east?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Directly.
Is this map inverted?
No.
Oh, no, never mind. Never mind.
Next to east and west.
Lucas needs to take a geography lesson.
Yeah. Never eat soggy waffles.
Yeah, I know. Never eat soggy waffles, northeast, southwest.
Sour watermelon.
Okay, so the frog's disappearing. You eventually have to kind of traverse back over in the direction of the northern tower, but it's fine. I can have you roll or transfer to this fast travel at this point. Cross over the waterway, get into the grass, and then you eventually get over another waterway, and then you're headed in the direction of a kind of a forested marsh. There's not a whole lot of water, maybe some pooling every so often, but the roots are up and everything, and it's quite dry. Right? Large mushrooms growing throughout, and the fog is lifted. There is no fog. You can see the transition of the time of day, and true to this calendar, it seems as though, based on the position as the night begins to fall and the overcast and the rain ceases, and it's quite a little bit of clear sky. According to the stars, you actually are in the exact same day as you were before, exact same month, same time. You now get a decent way in the direction of Altar Flowers, but you still have another few hours to half of a day worth of travel, getting traversing over land, of course, at a pace you don't want to draw too much attention to yourself. The wildlife and the creatures around you are bountiful. Nothing seems to give any harm away to undead creatures. And yes, you have not encountered them, except for sometimes the bodies of them, as they've toppled over, now slightly encroached upon the high fae of the shrews, as they feast upon their lifeless body. Things grow quick here, still influenced often, it seems, by what has happened and traversed and changed this place over a period. You then find a place to camp, perhaps in a tree, right? A lot of these trees are massive, and the branches and the brambles are enough to climb up and even lay on them. To even pitch a fire if you want to do that. I don't know if you want to make a smoke signal, but you can attempt to do that. So you all go about your ways. Now, in terms of our rangers here, there's food. The mushrooms, some of them are edible. And there's also wildlife you can kill. Snakes and things are very edible. And you're able to get enough food for all of you during this travel to feed without breaking into your rations. Fresh water, right? That's something that might pose a particular challenge, but it seems that with the fog lifted, some of the water pools and the waterways and that they feed in through, they actually are running clear now. No longer are they black in their colorations. Things are changing and whatnot from when they were before. You now get yourselves into a rest position as the sky grows dark and the two moons begin to glow high overhead, both in a similar yet opposite phase of each other, providing an intense moonlight. Creatures slightly cease, conversations, the cycle, what they're used to, brought back. I didn't do anything on this night.
I'm gonna try to pull out my crescent. and see if I can will it not to speak to Grugash, but to anybody else that might be listening. Perhaps an elemental being of some sort? I don't know. I'm going to give it a shot.
So your particular stone here is a square pyramid now.
Oh, right.
It's no longer the crescent pieces that you have brought together. You are connecting not to the dragon, but connecting to perhaps something else. You're reaching forth from the stone, looking to maybe its origin, creator. Please make a wisdom save.
Wait, was that supposed to be a saving throw? I used ability check.
Fine. 16 plus proficient wisdom. Saving throws are... Actually, hold on. Oh boy, I always have to remember. I think so. No. Your strength and con. Your ranger. That's right. Man, why not wisdom? Come on. No.
That's a +2 for both.
So, you reach into the stone, your mind blending as you stare into it. Backdrop of the creatures and the things begin to dwindle. And eventually you hear a voice emerge, deep and guttural and rock like, "You idiot!" As it screams at you.
Yes, I've been called that before. Who am I speaking to?
See as the connection is soon lost as soon as it was made.
Well, guys, there's somebody else on the line, and they don't have very nice manners. They just kind of insulted me and then hung up. It wasn't the same voice as the dragon, though. So, that's at least some kind of useful information, I guess.
Maybe we should keep trying. See if we get better response.
Yeah.
What were you trying to do though? You're trying to reach out to something else?
Yeah, pretty much seeing if I could get in touch with, well, whoever created the dragons, somebody in the elemental plane. And, yeah, just heard a big, nasty, gravelly voice say, "You idiot!" And then they fucked off.
You know what? That actually is pretty interesting because I also heard a different voice other than Ethan. It was sort of like a woman's voice, who's soft. And I heard it up in the mountains. I spoke about it to you, but I didn't think it was anything else. Maybe it was one of the other. It could have been someone who made the gems that was trying to speak to me. That, it's weird.
Yeah.
Was this woman nicer than Joe's? Or like, did she also insult you?
It was weird. They told me to use the stone. Just it wasn't nice. It was more just directing me, and it tried to help me find the last stone as well, I believe. And I tried to reach out, and it didn't work the last time. All I really got was sort of a vision of this, I guess, a keep or a room in a castle with this skeleton king or something, person on the throne. It was really weird. So I didn't know what to think of it. I just kept it in my mind, and things are starting to link up a lot now. What if what if that keep was probably one of the things we need to find, like one of those aisles,
Yeah,
or maybe the wizard keep.
Oh, who knows? We're just getting more
Was there any
questions on
specific
questions.
details about the keep? Like, was the keep made of ice or like just
No,
standard stone?
it was dark. It was just a stone room. It didn't allow me to go anywhere else. It was just showing me this room and the person sitting upon the throne. But it didn't. It wasn't
Was
like it was.
skeleton- Were they dwarvish in stature?
I believe so, right, Michael? I believe. 'Cause I was just remembering off of the image I had in the on my computer screen where it was just a skeleton on the throne. I'm not too sure if the height
Yeah.
measurement.
Do we also know you said it was like a crown? Did the skeleton wear a crown?
It seems so. It had a crown on it.
Do you know what the crown looked like? I mean, usually crowns are usually kind of made to the king, maybe.
It was pretty quick. Can I roll like a history for this? Because I feel like it was pretty long ago, and I haven't thought about this in a while. Because
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of information on it.
Sure.
Yeah,
I think
I
it,
have a inkling. I said
Yeah,
I have an
I
inkling of
spoke
what
about it,
this
but
could
it was
be.
like section like 7,
yeah, a
8.
long time ago.
Yeah.
And crowns aren't uniquely made to the king, but like it's not every king wears the same crown. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like I think I know what that could be though.
So I'm going back into my notes because this is a while ago. Hmm. So run me back one more time in terms of what you're looking to accomplish with the check. Just the crown.
Well, I asked if the skeleton was dwarvish in stature.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember like the vision because I know it didn't even last that long. I know like the entity brought me there really quick and then like shunted me out. So I'm just trying to remember how the vision happened.
Hmm. It is dwarvish in terms of their stature. The information that was there in terms of the crown connecting you with, I actually don't see that in my notes that you had a vision in session 7. So
Yeah, I don't think it was a connect. I think it was just like I don't know if it was like just described like oh this dwarvish figure wearing a crown that signified like it being a king. I didn't think there was any connection. Just
yeah, I don't think that there's a connection then in terms of that. So that's what I was trying to reach. So if you were given that, then that would have to be a dwarvish with a golden crown, and then there's a particular symbol at the center, which would be clay and altar fist symbol in
yeah.
terms of the crown.
Yeah.
So that's what the history check would do for you as the 18 would be this golden crown with this jewel encrusted, and then the symbol of Clan Alderfist was placed, which relates back all the way when we were in Othema with the refugees from Clan Alderfist and Polner.
So now we know exactly where it is.
Yeah, maybe it might be in the city. Yeah, yeah. The dwarvish capital where the silver dragon is. It might be the wizard's keep. It's just good information to have. I didn't know if it had a connection and anything. It was just really weird. Plus, I was relatively new to this world, so I didn't know if it was side effects of things that were happening to me. So, but now that we're dealing with these elementals and all that, it does seem like this is connecting a lot, and maybe that might be one of the next locations we need to go to. It might just be signifying that a little bit more.
No way. This was coming when you were trying to speak to your stone back in
Yeah,
your
back when we're traveling with that group that we kind of abandoned.
Mm.
Yeah,
Well,
and
I don't know if we need all of these things for some future endeavor that we seem to be intertwined with, but at least we have that lead. I mean, there's no pressing need for it right now. We already killed Ethrin, but yeah, who knows? Maybe we need all of them for something.
yeah, we just might. It's
Well,
starting a bigger situation than I thought.
to say the least, man, I just came out here trophy hunting. Now we're in the middle of a time fracture. Man, this is crazy. Shit. I'll take a first watch if anybody else doesn't want it.
I would be happy to help with whatever watch needs filling, although I probably shouldn't go with Dirty Joe, since, two blind people isn't gonna be much use.
I can take a
Point.
watch.
While I am on my watch, I'm gonna try to do some basic upkeep on my gear. Nothing like major, but maybe like polishing or cleaning. Basically the bare minimum to count as a smithing check. If that.
You crafting something in particular, or are you just saying that I am working on my thing?
I'd like to repair any gear that's badly damaged or like needs cleaning or anything with that
You have a
count.
forge?
You said I could repair gear on the go at some point, didn't you? Like,
You said you can roleplay repairing your gear with your tools, but
oh.
you wanna get a check. There's rules for this now.
No.
You need a shop.
You wear plate armor.
Yeah.
Puncturing a little bit of dents is not gonna get you the full check you need there, but
Okay, fine. So I'm just gonna be like, well, I'm on my watch. I'm just gonna be cleaning my weapons for roleplay reasons.
who's on second watch tonight?
I'll go second watch.
Well,
I'll
yeah,
also
again,
go second watch.
yeah. I'll just take whatever watch is not with Dirty Joe that needs filling.
Sounds like you're taking. Right. So who's on first? Or Joe. Who's on second?
Istriel said she'd go, and then I'd go too.
You're gonna be in the watch as well.
Oh yeah.
Let you roll perceptions.
Oh no. That is not a good noise.
Hear the sound of a tree being toppled
How far away?
to the
In what
south,
direction?
maybe a mile and a half away. South.
Do we wake the others?
Anything else? It's pretty far.
Sounds that the creatures have stopped.
Wake everyone up now.
Right.
Yeah. Wake up, Joe. Shh. Shh. What's up? Something big. Wake up, Othala.
Is it a starry night? Or is there like
The moons are really bright.
just gonna pull out there's actually a little songbird that's a little multicolored songbird and just gonna have it fly off. Just gonna meditate on that and see if there's anything super large that's standing out in the forest. Get a top down view.
The top down view. So send off. Chris, it's Kestrel, right?
Yep.
Kestrel. That's who it is. This plumage of this bird flies off. Right away, I got it. No. Takes flight. I could do whatever voice you want.
That's
It's always the picture is so flamboyant.
Yeah.
I forgot about
Oh, yeah.
relish it. So it flies off, and you begin to meditate, kind of trancing yourself the perspective of this creature. You can see the shifting of the tops of the canopies, the trees, as there is a gargantuan-sized creature moving through the trees, trying to be as stealthy as possible.
As she sees it, she doesn't hear anything, but she's like talking out loud, just describing what.
What kind of creature?
Can't hear you.
What kind of creature, Israel?
Yeah, what kind of creature?
Spell works.
Israel, what
Yes.
kind of creature?
We need to.
Israel!
Does it have 2 legs or 4? Does it be 5?
What part of she cannot hear you do you not understand?
Oh, you said that. Okay.
I will speak slower and louder. Israel!
Felix, I will
I put my
stab
hand
you.
over his face. Felix, shut up.
Trees toppling down, the wings begin to spread. Mr. You're still watching for the bird. Dragon, black, large, near 150 feet long, beginning to take flight from the trees.
Yep, it's the dragon.
Fucking hide.
I'll snap back and try to hide with the others.
Are you removing Crystal from the space?
Yeah, I'll have them just like perch on top of like one of the larger trees.
Okay.
Check back with them in probably a few minutes after we get to a hiding spot.
Okay. Need everyone to roll stealth checks.
Before they do, I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself, Costas, Othala. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and Israel. Let Joe and they figure it out themselves.
Okay. So getting passed over invisibility, getting that condition, the unseen is the condition presented. Really pertains to the perceptions of the creature trying to perceive you. Right, that's going to be a disadvantage in the check. So, go ahead and each of you roll stealth checks. At 20. Wow. So, as you find your spots under the roots of trees and potentially between mushrooms, bracing yourselves, those that are invisible, completely gone from sight. Dala, Costas, some noise you run through different places, keeping somewhat together. Hear the massive swings of the wings as they press. As it happens, the dragon moves and flies over you all. The dribbling of the acid just falls from the dragon upon the landscape. The trees sizzle, mushrooms shrivel from it, smells them decay. The wings and the movement of the air from them, over 200 feet wingspan, press you all into the ground further, and everything is pressed and shoved as it continues its flight. You hear a large breath intake as the dragon flies. The dragon continues to fly in the northern direction. Then you hear another series of trees falling, half a mile to the north. silence.
How close are we to the general location that we would determine of the altar of flowers?
So, in terms of your location, you have, as I stated, about 3 to 4 hours to the altar of flowers. I'm going to go ahead and draw a faint circle. Currently, your location. You're not particularly too far away from the altar of flowers. So, the dragon seems to maybe know this area
Yeah.
and could be hunting, could be doing all manners of things in the night. It's odd.
Joe,
Yeah, sneaky step. Let's get the hell out of here.
you need to put your stone in the bag of holding.
Good idea. So I do that.
You place your stone into the bag of holding, and as you do that, you hold your fist and open it, and the stone is in your hand.
Oh no.
Wait, the
Your
stone is
series of-
in my hand?
Correct. You hear a series of tree falls.
Oh, go. Now.
Well, I chuck it in as fast as I can.
Chuck it back into the bag of holding. So that reappears
And
in your
then
hand.
cast pass without trace. Where is that?
Again, you hear the wing beats. Drag headed south. Casting Pass Without Trace. Massive circle. Gives you all plus 10 to your stealth. That's not needed. The dragon flies higher this time. Continues to fly overhead. The wings pressing you down again in the dribbles of acid. Continues. Need everyone to roll perceptions.
Nat 20 again.
Take it.
Nice.
Istriel, Dirty Joe, and Costas, as well as we can say Theon's perception, it's not hard to miss. Dragon has something clutched in their talons as they're in flight. Istriel with a natural 20, Costas with a 25. You can see it's a humanoid. Istriel, you know this to be Soren.
Is there any movement?
No. Appear to be unconscious or dead. Continue flying south. Their period, the creatures continue. Re-emerging.
It had someone. I'm nearly certain that was my friend.
I'm immediately paying attention very closely to Istriel's body language. Why would
How
Grugash
important
not
are they
be
to
a
you?
friend?
Mm. Well, it's very difficult for me to not just take off right now, but I know it's only been a few days that I've been with you all. I don't suppose we could do something about this before anything happens. Well, anything worse, I believe.
I don't think we can keep up with the dragon, but if you want its attention, we can go get it.
I have never objected to saving people's lives. That I know of.
Did you? I mean, I just saw a dark shape. Did you see him moving at all?
There was no movement, so they're either unconscious or, well, that, I'd rather not approach that, but time's wasting.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
far away are they, Michael?
Soren.
What's that?
Soren.
How far away are they?
They're currently in the air, roughly 200 feet above your position. The garnished, this dragon can fly quite fast. A lot faster.
I'm going.
It is flying in a southern direction, away from you, making spans of quarter-mile increments at this point. Its dash,
While I see,
as it flies, it's fast.
while I see him still in my range, I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna cast Earthbind.
What's
It's
the
a
range of Earthbind?
300 feet.
Okay.
Peeking out of the sky.
You're going to
Let's
try
hope
to
I can.
earthbind the dragon.
Yep. While he's not paying attention to us.
Okay. So, as you are in flight, this dragon, clutched, you reach out, throw your magic. The air around you becomes cold. Throw off your magic. As you do so, purple and pink cackling lightning sprout around the dragon. The spell of the incantation begins to pull. Lightning strikes into the wrappings that are engorged, releasing it from the grasp. The creature is immune to your arcane, the barrier that it has. The dragon just continues to fly, ignoring. Then, in your mind, emanating from somewhere cold, a series of clicking sounds. How,
Fantastic. Israel, how tall is Soren? My height or your height?
Closer to mine than yours.
Did you say they're a medium-sized creature or a small-sized creature?
Medium. Yep.
Can anybody help me grow?
Unfortunately, that was a Regmore ability.
Cool.
Was the clicking inside of Othala's head, or did we all hear that?
No, the clicking was out loud.
Yeah.
And you
Fucking
hear
hiding.
a telepathic voice to each of you. Rogash has an offer.
Yeah, somebody talk to him. I'll be right back. I'm going to dimension door to Soren in the Talon
Okay.
on Grugesh.
Okay. So you're throwing off a sea invisibility.
Yep. Let's look around. See where the.
All right. So Felix, you're dimension dooring. Felix, you dimension door into the clutch, kind of grabbing onto the black draconic scale of the talon, the wind flying around you. Just it whispers, and you look towards the body of Soren clutched into the same talon. You're kind of like on top, right, of it. And you're looking downwards. The talon's massive, right? So you can see, getting as close as you can to the possible target. With the sea invisibility, you're stretching and looking. But the creature is actually further than your current vision, it seems, as you stretch from left to right. The creature speaks again. Do not fear me. I am not here to eat you.
I'm whispering to everybody else. Don't talk to it. This guy sucks. We already know that.
What's
Sure, you-
your offer?
Offer is simple. You will deliver the stone. The Black Rock. People will be spared.
I am going to prepare my grappling hook to throw at anywhere that people point the bat is. So
Wait,
if
do
someone
we all hear that, or just Istriel?
It's a telepathic voice into each and every one of you.
It's all of us.
See invisibility. Creature is speaking at a distance that is safe for it. Does not mean to fight. As soon as the last words of the speech gives out, there is no answer at once. The cold disappears. The movement of the tree shakes very softly in a northern direction. 160 feet. Then after that, nothing. Makes no movement when it flies. Visible with the eyes. Really to stay outside of the reach. We now come to Felix. Felix, the wind howling. Let's get a howl. Let's get a wind. Huh? Now that's like a sail wind. Huh? Let's see if we get it. Let's see. Come on. Nope. Good wind. Gusting. Not hearing anything. There we go. We'll do the one now. That's good. That sounds good. That sounds good. Okay. So, you are on top of the talon as it's shaking and moving. You look down onto the body of Soren. What are you doing? You're holding on.
Does he seem to be conscious, alive?
Roll a medicine check. $13. Doesn't take much. Soren's breathing.
Just going to climb over to him and whisper, "I'm a friend of Israel's. Are you okay?"
See, they're still unconscious.
Oh, they're breathing, but they're unconscious.
They're breathing, but they're unconscious.
I'm going to feed them a potion of healing.
Okay. Give them a potion of healing. Place it into the mouth. Needs you also to make an acrobatics or athletics check here to potentially hold on with one hand, lying down with the talon, giving this 13. Okay, so the wings bashing you back and forth. You're slipping, you're falling, but you uncork the potion and you eventually give 9 points of healing. Okay. See as you dispense the liquid into them. The eyes slowly open and look in your general direction. Faith, do you want to describe Soren for Felix here? What they look like?
So Soren is actually faithful. He's a satyr. Not really too much to that makes him more. He's got like an embellished, like also kind of multicolored mane, like over the top. But I don't know how he would be like in this state, but yeah.
I can get to that. Yeah, I just wanted to give you a chance to give a description out. I don't think we ever
That's
talked
like
about.
the only unique part about him. Like that's kind of like how she got Kestrel, with the whole multicolored thing.
Okay, and then pronouns for Soren.
He, him, yeah.
Him. Okay. So Soren, in terms of right, their color and thing, they're in disarray. Right, so they're different things. They've been wounded at times. You see the lacerations and things. There definitely was a scuffle or a fight. They are lacking of their possessions. They actually don't have any equipment, backpacks, or anything. They're void of that. And they are not bound by anything, but the talon clutched around them is strong. It's just kind of engorged them. They look up towards you and they seem confused and a little bit bewildered.
I'm a friend of Israel's. I'm here to help you.
Okay. They look and they just stretch and they're watching and looking at you, and they don't seem like they're all there.
I guess you're in the talons of a dragon. Can you make yourself any smaller?
Looking at the head, the arm's still bound by the... Now, Soren is a practiced wizard. So they have magic capabilities, but they lack focus. They lack movements of hands as well. Where's my stuff? Where's my things? And they now kind of come to.
What do you need?
Oh! Oh!
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I was at my camp, and there was some clicking sounds.
I
Yes.
see this giant dragon that's fucking carrying us. Shut the fuck up.
Good. Yes, let's be quiet.
All right, if you can make yourself smaller, I can get us out of here. I got stuff, and I'll hold out my component pouch. What do you need?
Looks at your component pouch, calls their memories and certain things. I need a pinch of powdered iron. Place it in my mouth.
Here you go, buddy.
Takes it and begins to squeeze themselves a little bit, struggling against to get their hands out, potentially cast magic.
You're doing great. Just move the elbow.
Holding it out. Begin to move their hands. They use the reduction spell. Halving themselves in all dimensions. Ah. That's better.
Great. I'm going to dimension Doris. You ready to go?
Reaches out the hand towards you.
I'll cast dimension door again with Soren back to the group.
So, flying high, and at this point, you can't get right back to the group, but you can get towards the ground, right? So that's important.
Yeah,
So you're
500 feet towards the ground and the group
Right, and
as
towards
close as I
the
can.
Okay, so you dimension door. And you appear on the ground, swamp. Thing. Creatures around you verge.
When I touch the ground, I will send out a message as close as I can to Athala and see, until keep pinging it until I get back within range.
Okay.
Mr. Athala, Mr. Athala, until he responds.
Just you.
No, Israel's up here, this way.
It's ah. Ooh. Really? How does it make sense?
It doesn't have to make sense. Come on.
What's a dragon taking me? Begin to walk off. I think Jay, are you here right now?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
waiting.
Okay, you're just waiting. Okay,
Yeah, you explain me this character.
gotcha.
Listening to it.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll hear Felix. Be careful. Bats around.
Cool, I got Soren. I'm headed to you. I will. I'm still concentrating on invisibility, but I'm not invisible anymore. So I'm just like, all right, come on, buddy, let's go.
All right.
And I'll relay that to Istriel that Felix has Soren.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna start just booting it towards I guess direction of where the dragon was, but on
Mhm.
foot.
Like the flight path, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, stay behind the trees and in the bushes. Hidden as we can, even though we're invisible.
Thorin has a slight limp as they're moving with their hoofed feet. Puts an arm kind of around you, Felix. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Continuing for a brief moment, then eventually locking eyes through the darkness, looking and squinting. Now, I don't believe the satyr actually has dark vision. I don't believe so. So they're kind of going off of what their sights and sounds and certain things. Maybe just squinting through the darkness and stuff. And so Soren is not going to see you, Istriel, right? You're just really going to see them first. And some of the people who are accompanying that as well.
Israel's also invisible, right?
Correct. So still wouldn't see even if they had dark vision.
Right, well, I know they left him around here somewhere.
Yeah, immediately just on seeing him would just run up and just give him a hug and
What is that?
relax.
Relax. Oh, what is? Relax after you was attacked by some bad thing? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Right now?
Someone turn off this invisibility.
That sounds like Israel. Yeah, for sure it does. What are you doing in here? Why are you
Me?
here?
What are you doing? I've been. Listen. Okay. Well, first things first. I just want to get this out of the way. Sorry, I didn't really come looking for you. I assumed something had happened, and it was a whole thing. But I came looking because, well, and then she'll like explain the whole investigating and tracking over to this direction. Well, I came to conclude maybe you were on the run from somebody.
Well, I mean, it kind of was on the run for somebody, but run from a lot. There's been a bit of a distraction. War happening in the far south of this continent, so it's helped. But, been on a quest, a noble quest.
Noble.
Yeah, guys, hey, as touching as this reunion is, there's still a goddamn Nightwing hovering around. We need to get into cover. Let's go.
Right,
Is that what the
there's a
bat thing is?
invisible creature?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Shut the fuck up. We
jeez.
talked about this.
I'm
Shut
trying to
the
be
fuck
quiet.
up.
I'm sorry.
Shut up.
Do you need medical attention?
Israel, is your friends?
Yes, we're helping.
yes.
Let's go.
You can trust them.
All right, well, let's go. Come on. Explain later. Jeez. Begin to walk in the direction away from this location, probably heading more towards the altar flowers and swing, right? Kind of swinging up, getting off the path at least, to give some space and distance if they were to come back. You might even try making your way to the altar flowers right now and just pressing
I
forward.
think pushing like at least an hour away,
Mhm.
you know, despite how tired we might be, and then continuing our rest.
Okay.
Question: as we travel, does Felix seem to have all of his belongings that he left with?
Are you talking about
he
Felix?
was-
Or
Felix,
your
he was traveling alone with Soren, and I know Soren another time was stealing things like codexes from towers.
so you're asking if Felix has their things.
Does he visually look like to me he still has all of his stuff?
Felix, I mean, you still have all your stuff, right?
Yeah, as far as Felix knows.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah.
I'm
You
just
see,
saying if anything's missing.
you notice that Felix is pouring down a mountain of sweat from what the fuck he just did, but yeah.
And Soren is absent of their backpack and their equipment.
Okay.
Mr. Joe, I know we're still moving, but do you have any whiskey on you?
What? What'd you say?
Joe, I know we're still moving, but do you have any whiskey on you?
Yeah. Oh, Joe.
Yeah, man, here's one of them bottles. You definitely earned it. That was clutch as fuck back there, man. Oh, hell.
Thanks. I'm checking out now. You guys are in charge.
Yeah, take a nap, man. Here, I'll
Yeah, he
fling you
did.
up on my back if you want.
Definitely earned it.
I will
Great.
take Joe up on that offer and ride on his shoulders.
Okay. Right on the shoulders, slipping on the whiskey bottle, singing some songs.
No, but I don't want to draw attention to the group.
Yeah, I got you. So you make way an hour or so, getting out of the area, moving your encampment here. Soren with the limp, most likely being helped by Istriel at this point. Their limp as they're making way for a better shelter. Potentially, you're able to get yourself situated and bed down again to continue your long rests, and then perhaps head to the altar flowers in the morning. Maybe not having the conversation, right? Kind of trying to keep Soren quiet. They are true to a satyr, happy-go-lucky, and some of the features of themselves. So, even what has been done to them. So we're gonna go take a break. That we're gonna come back. So I'm gonna just advance the time clock here to get us picked up in the morning. Probably showcase how much time has transitioned past versus getting that long rest in. So y'all can get your long rest at this point, and we're gonna go break from the stream. So if you're watching, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. And we will be back in 10 minutes or so. So about 7:04 p.m. PST. Hopefully you join us when we get back. Really appreciate it and see you then. Bye.
Bye.
All right, welcome back. Unfortunately for all of you, we're gonna have to retcon a little bit of what just happened. We're gonna have to roll initiative. So, I'm just kidding. We're not doing that. Jeez. I want to take a breath. Realize how benevolent your DM is.
Yeah, Michael.
I would have rather you have killed me.
Oh, I love it. No, it's okay. So, as you're now sitting shop and you're getting your long rest, it's not that nothing is happening in terms. You immediately hear after the 30 minutes of travel and the hour-long direction just getting away, you can hear the sounds of the flapping wings, the crashing of trees, right? That's what's going to keep you somewhat silent. The dragon has recognized that and has backtracked in certain things. Now, you don't get any of the cold features, the clicking of the bat. It's just really the dragon. There seems to be some ferocity that continues through the night, some anger and things through a very previous location, crashing of trees and the smashing of the ground and the earth. These are all things that happen, but you don't want to move at that point, right? You just want to bed down, get yourself. So you said, okay, it's not coming towards us. The sound's pretty far away right now, and I think we're okay. You keep your watches. It doesn't change. And as your watches surpass, nothing comes at you. It's all quiet. The creatures are still somewhat lively as well, giving that slight comfort that everything is okay. Now the long rest is a long rest. You're able to get yourselves back your abilities, features, and spells and all whatnot, but it's uncomfortable, right? You're definitely put on unease, and you're wondering what the next day lies. And some for whoever's in the last in that watch, as the long rest kind of concludes, the sounds of the crashing of trees in the earth are beginning to subside as the day breaks. Okay, so as the day breaks, the sounds of that are beginning to subside and drift away, and now the creatures of the actual place here are beginning to become anew. Right, and some of that stuff is transitioning over to a daytime wildlife, the violins and mushrooms, now simmering down in terms of what they have, and you awake. You see as Soren arises, begin to look for pieces of wood that are relatively dry, in anticipation of making a fire. Does anybody have breakfast? Food, perhaps? Oh, I'm quite hungry.
Yeah, I can warm up some smoked fish for you. Imagine getting snatched up by a giant angry dragon is quite the motivator for an appetite.
Yeah. Well, I didn't expect that on my journey, but it's okay.
One never does, in my experience.
So who
Well-
all are all? I mean, I know Istriel, and we have passed, and obviously I don't understand truly why Istriel is here, but all of you, I mean, interesting.
We go by the Wayward ones.
Wayward ones. Wow. So you are
You're,
wayward, and you are one.
Yeah.
Ones, plural. But yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Ah,
Pass him a cup of coffee. I'm Othala though. We don't all go by the wayward
Thank you.
one.
oh, Othala. What do you do, Othala?
Yeah. Show my book, the party's wizard or
Ah, well,
not
study. Where did
anything.
you study?
Place in Silvery Moon, the vault of sages.
Where the hell is that?
Another world.
Another world? You from another world?
Yeah,
What?
a place entirely.
What? Estro, do you hear this? This person's from another world.
Another plane. Yeah.
Another plane? Existence?
Yeah.
Well, interesting. Well, nice spellbook there. I seem to have learned quite a lot. Mine's maybe not near as big. I don't even know. Where's my spellbook? Where's my stuff?
Yeah, he's quite energetic, huh, Astro?
Always. But I think place he was looking for is Similar to what you were looking for, Thala.
Such as?
Feywild.
Yes, indeed. I'm looking away there. See, back after Sundering, it's very crucial. Fey creatures get back Feywild, and I seek to find out how. I went to all the houses in Eliod, seeking reasons and why, all of which told me very little. That put a target on my back, for sure. And unfortunately, I was pursued for some time, but I hid out for a little while. Made my way, doing my various things, shifting in magical goods and appraisal of trinkets. Then I decided to venture forth into the marshes of Mailing. I heard there was a place here. Styxia was, well, the congruence, right? Then there was creatures, and then there was things. And, well, I might have ended up in the dungeon somewhere for some time.
Why?
Well, I was captured by these interesting elves, black robes and things. They called me a fey creature. That was their purpose, to enslave me. They brought me forth to a large tower of black, smaller, and I was there. There was other fey there as well. There was this large, hulking kind of figure with blackish robes and open-gaped mouth and eyes. It didn't make any noises, but should have scared the hell out of me. It seemed to touch and move and probe around. Felt my life force and my soul. Good.
Yeah, it sounds kind of familiar. Unless I'm mistaken, I'm pretty sure that's the fella that we killed a few nights ago. At least on this timeline.
Well, they were awaiting something. We sat there for a little while anyways, around this tower, and eventually 1 to 2 to 3, they started disappearing. It seems these bubbles and blurs of black, and they began to, I would assume, teleport to someplace. I had some right fear. Very, very. A lot of fear. I was quite scared. Honestly, at this point, I was pissing myself. For sure, I thought I was for sure dead. But I'm crafty in my ways, and I might have been able to get myself out of there. I was on the run.
So where was this again?
Well, back in, I believe, Thixia anyways. Ruined now. And there was a tower. I'm sure what it's called.
You weren't in the tower? They were just nearby?
No, I was gathered around the grounds of the tower. There's many fae, many creatures. Slave manacles and things.
How did you end up in those talons?
How did I end up in the talons of the dragon? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
I've no idea. I was at camp. I had a nice large fire going to keep warm, and grateful the fog had been lifted. It was gone, and I had fetched a couple different small creatures I was cooking over the flame and playing my dulcimer. And, well, then there was a series of clicking sounds. The air got cold, and all of a sudden I was attacked. I tried to use as much magic as I could, but a lot of my stuff I'd lost back in the dungeon. So I did as much as I could, and, well, that creature could not. It put me in some sort of trance or charm. I was trying to resist. I'm a satyr, after all. Naturally resistant to magic, but this thing was quite potent. And then I awoke in the clutches of the creature, and there was your friend. Yeah, rescuing me. Nice job, by the way. I appreciate that. Where's this book?
Return it. No worries, bud. Israel said you were important to her, so.
Well,
We probably shouldn't start any fires anytime soon.
I know it's been
Yeah,
a
I
long
counted
time.
at least 3
Oh.
reasons why the dragon found you.
No fires? Are you sure?
And no dulcimers either.
How to cook your
I
food.
like
Or
music as much as
soaked
anybody,
meat.
but
No music to warm the spirit?
No.
not around here. If I might ask, how do you two know each other exactly?
Right. I met Anasaur back way back. A little over a century now. We were
Yeah, that's
quite
true, yes.
young.
Yes.
No. Neither of us had much to look forward to, but we set about making a name for ourselves. Back in Tamaria, there are certain rules and protocols to follow in order to gain standing, as it were. And our way of doing that, well, we spent many years traversing outside of the city, learning of other religions, sorts, gaining knowledge, and we established our own library of sorts in the city, and from there we gained enough standing to join the military. And well, kind of looks a little bit flustered, but continues. From there, we were placed in different units, as it were, and we checked in every once in a while, a couple times a year, but we kind of grew apart. And well, one year, Soren here just never showed up again, and I had thought him to be, well, dead.
You thought me dead? Really? Me, of all people? After everything we've been through?
Well, it's not like we were out facing random boars and bears in the forest. Down there,
No, I suppose not. And I mean, what you did for the Temeri military was far different than mine. Just more looking for artifacts and small little trinkets and ventures. Help of some astute soldiers, but
but anyways, Soren here is my closest friend, and that's the entire reason I ended up leaving them. What got into you anyway, Soren? Really, you think you can come out here by yourself and you're setting up campfires in the middle of the forest?
I mean, to be frank, it was a frank. Yes. No, in all seriousness, I didn't believe that there was as much threat as was going on. I did hear there was things happening, but honestly, I was like, it's nothing I couldn't handle. But sure is not the case. Not the case at all. Oh well, it's fine. Israel, I'm so glad you're here. Not me dead. Come on, I can take care of myself.
What is it that you're intending to do here, anyways?
Well, as I'm as orphaned. Your own ways, we came together, we found our shop, and honestly, it was great. Life was good. Then I went into the military, and I saw so many cultures, so many people, some of the islands that we were making way to on the shores of Krikos, and even in the sea. Just these places, some of them had fae that had left after the Sundering, and they found refuge in these small islands and populated. The Temerians didn't take much kind of liking to them, and yes, of sure, they left them alone, but there was such disdain for some of the highborns, and to call myself as such, I felt quite alone in that. It's quite bad. Then I made my way home after the service. So you weren't there, and you were still in yours, and well, I ventured out to the reservations, out to Meria, the rest of the Aura Star that was there. I was connecting with the people, and many of them longed to return home. They had stories told of when they could traverse freely back to the realm and see their friends and their loved ones, and longed for that. The conditions they were presented were okay, but they weren't as best as they could be. And I was caught on to the tale of the Sundering, told by the houses of Elion, preached in the scholarly of their schools, the very institutions we had learned. And I found there was fault, fallacy, there was something hidden, something shrouded. It was all pertaining to the congruence, to the Feywild that existed, that the noble houses had constructed, and they had sustained for some time, but yet they had dismantled it, and they had shrouded these artifacts in secret in their own dungeons of these institutions, and they were empowering themselves with the very magic. Hypocrisy, I tell you. How could you be a part of something such as that? I just couldn't do it any longer. That is when I caught wind and tail that there perhaps was another place that had a congruence to the Feywild, and if I could find this place and I could do this, well, then I could perhaps bring the Feywild back to their home. I could bring back me to my home, where I came from, if I had one. Anyways, I don't want to cause a sad and sob story. There wasn't time to gather allies. There wasn't time to leave you a note, Istrio, to connect with you, to have you come with me, where I was hunted. The houses had banded together. They sent assassins after me. And if not for the war to the far south of this continent, they surely would have found me. And they would have imprisoned me and questioned me, maybe put me to death. For my curiosities. Oh well. Water under the bridge. I couldn't go back to the shop. I couldn't get what I needed. I only had very few supplies and things I could pick up on the road. Made my way to Amran. Boarded a small ship aimed for Melandar. They, again, were pushed off. Only warships were allowed to pass through the bay to Melandar. So, they're pushed off. I then perked the crew, passengers, and I said, look, you all have fine cargo. Perhaps we might be able to make way to another destination of sorts. I roamed the land. The continent is quite beautiful south of here. Grasslands and some jungles. Made my way into the Gorn Valley. Played my dulcimer for a coin and appraisal of magical trinkets. Making my way up here, gathering information as I went. Then I made my way into the marshes. Surely that is all. I kept my eyes. But you know I'm one for a warm meal and a nice drink. I can't just go without. Used to that. I'm not some sort of ranger. Hunter in the woods. It's not my calling. I can fend for myself a little bit. Maybe I went a little bit overboard with the fires, but I didn't realize there was some creature that was hunting in the night with the shadows. Invisible! Can't even see it. I'm sure there's magic there. I was in a fog for some time as well, and I was like, I'm kind of safe. It's a long story. I'm sure you all have more to tell from your story, and I wish to hear it, but I don't know. Are we safe now? Is that going to come back? Dragon?
Possibly. I believe it's after something in our company's possession.
After something. What are they after?
Us.
Oh, they're after you all.
Yeah.
Why are they after
Well,
you?
More Joe than anything, but more. It's more of us. We're trying to take Grugash down. These dragons. There's a sort of a guy who wants to take over the world. Use dragons as his weapon.
Oh, so that's why they call it Master of Dragons in the far south. This makes more sense now. Master of Dragons, dragon. Still, why all of you? What about you is the reason I'm very. You can tell me or not. It's okay. I know it's truly the your
Yeah.
friends.
I have a question,
Yes,
Michael.
out of character.
Every
Or in character. Yeah.
everything he was saying about Temeria and I guess the way they view fey creatures there.
Mhm.
Does that ring true to my experiences and like my knowledge?
Yeah, it would.
Okay. And then side question, how do the I guess elite of Temeria view half elves?
They do not view them as inferior. They just are not given inherent potential rights and things. The highborn status is not, oh, I'm nobility, so I'm highborn. If you are born to a noble family, you can be given highborn status, and that thing is associated with prowess in the culture. But you can get that as you have to be a highborn to be a soldier. So part of that is that you have to bring yourself up to some stature to be even qualified for that. So half elves can reach that. Fey creatures can reach that. It's something that's there. Now, half elves in general, right, might have more to go, right? The road is harder traveled to get to that point. But those that are highborn don't have any sort of racial disdain for half elves. That's not something that's ingrained into the culture. Everyone is willing or able to reach a higher class. That's something that in the Republic they teach, instruct. The Feywild and the Fey creatures and how they're positioned and placed. They're given reservations, particularly in the forests of Temeria and around the Orostar, which is the outer kind of city states that were banded back into the Republic. They are given these reservations for places to live. They don't have to live there, but it's where they can celebrate their cultures without any sort of law and order from the Republic.
Right. And what he was saying about the noble houses having banded together to keep all this stuff hidden, again, based off information that I know from my backstory, that's rings true.
You would actually have counter the evidence that said just the houses don't work together as much, but perhaps
Yeah.
that this could have been something in the past that they have agreed to, and then they move their separate ways after that point. But the houses of Elion have their own independent positions and opinions. Uh, so finding that information that they did band together in some fashion is rather strange.
Okay.
This salted fish is delightful. Do you want to say? It's not warm, and I understand no fire, but thank you. I really appreciate it.
You have the halflings to thank for that. They do know their way around a salted fish.
Lovely.
Would you prefer to heat it up a bit?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I can always use prestidigitation if I have to.
Yeah.
I'd rather do things more naturally sometimes. I don't know. Or after all.
I believe we may know some information that could help you, Soren.
You know some information that will help me,
Would
or I know
is
information that will help you.
I mean, you have some information to help me personally, but as a group, we have some information to help you. Istrio, would you like to tell him about the codexes and such, or no?
I'm
Right,
giving
so
Chris a very pointed look.
the congruence you were studying here, I'm sure that you've already found that the bridge isn't up right now.
Well, some bridges up. Not the
Right.
Feywild, at least
Not that
not.
one.
I don't know about this fog. It's gone now.
Well, I don't know how it is in this timeline. Side story, whole different timeline ordeal. But these towers surrounding Dixia each contribute to that bridge,
Hmm.
and again, if it works the same in this timeline as it does in the other one, then they're capable, according to creatures that reside there, of re-establishing a bridge to the Feywild.
Really? There is a way. Wow. And these towers, I've observed other towers in the marshes. They're large. And I didn't particularly go near them after being close to the other one.
Probably
I
a good
felt
idea.
it
Good common
was the
sense there.
best. So, and especially without my equipment and things, just to have what I normally have. So you're saying that there's, I heard something on the lungs. So how so there's just an opening bridge.
Right.
What would it take?
Well, each tower requires an item. In the one we visited before, that item was missing. I'm not sure if it's still missing here, but I suppose we could always give it a look later. They refer to it as a codex. And she's gonna just like explain like the machinations of like the second floor and what it looked like.
Astounding. Miraculous. That is cool. Why don't we head to there? Let's go.
Oh, hold on. That brings me to the other point that I'm mentioning earlier. Well, the dragon, we could potentially do something about that. She's gonna actually just look to the rest of the group as it's like, is it okay? Like, because this is your guys's information first and foremost regarding the stones.
Process is giving the okay sign.
Thea's just staring at you because she remembers you were guilty about hearing that Soren was stealing the codexes. So I'm gauging how you proceed.
Basically, we kind of got thrown together just as a matter of circumstance, this little troop of ours. And we ended up getting hired on to take care of some of the beasties out here in the swamp that have been plaguing the local townsfolk on its edges. What we're after right now is to just basically kill this big-ass scary dragon that almost ate you for dinner. And so
Slay
we've
a
been,
dragon.
Yeah, I was trying to slay a dragon. It's a tall order, I know, but we're nothing if not ambitious. So, yeah, we're just kind of cruising around trying to, well, see if we can't gather any allies or any advantages that we might stumble across, just kind of surveying the territory, so to speak, before we strike. And that's how we happen to bump into you, the friend here who kind of, well, bump isn't exactly the right word. Mentioned timelines. Well, there was some kind of magic wizardly do-ne'er-do-well, which I don't personally understand, but we kind of found ourselves teaming up together, and last few days we've been bumming around the marshes together since. So, yeah, that's what we're up to. And,
Honestly, that was
I don't know,
extremely hard to follow with everything I've listened to today. There
believe
was
me,
timelines, a wizard bubbling, and that's why we're here. I just don't follow, but I think I'll pick it up.
You'll
if I
understand
could
about as
actually
much as
understand-
us.
yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on around this swamp. We're just trying to kill this dragon and then get on.
Yes, the dragon, slaying of dragon. How are you going to accomplish this? That thing seems extremely massive.
The jury's kind of still out on that one.
We're going to try
So-
to trap it, perhaps, or ambush it.
The specifics are still in the works, but we know that we need more of. I'm giving Thea a look.
More
No,
of
I'm
what?
kicking Costas.
Thea's giving you the look of, if you keep talking, I might kill you.
We need more resources and allies. You know, it's taking this dragon on alone is gonna be tough, and we hear there might be some elven rangers in the swamp and in the marshes, and we might be able to get their aid in any way that might help. You know,
Not the rangers that captured me, right?
no, completely
Those
different.
were
These ones actually aid
not
the
the-
creatures of the Fae.
Oh.
Their entire
others.
mission was evacuating creatures of the Fae from the marshes when it got all
Gotcha.
undeady.
I understand.
Oh,
I'm with you.
Speaking of those guys that captured you, if it was the same guys that we ended up tangling with a couple days ago, good bit of advice. If you see any like weird, shiny, mythical looking axes and or swords or other weapons hanging around the swamp, don't touch the damn things. Our buddy Felix over here almost got ate by one.
Oh, that's going to be incredibly
They're nasty and
difficult for me.
cursed. So yeah, don't be
cursed
touching
objects.
that.
Well, maybe.
Cursed objects. Yes, is what I'm saying. Don't touch the cursed.
Istral
axes
knows
or
best. I
swords.
have a hard time keeping my hands off anything that would be magical.
Yeah, we'll put in some extra effort for this one because it's
They're
a
bad
nasty
cursed.
one.
Yes,
by the
cursed.
way,
No good.
Try
No
your
good.
best.
I am studied. I understand a cursed object when I see one.
they're cursed objects that control your. They control you. They try to control you mentally.
Yes, well, most cursed objects do control your
I
brains.
know. I'm just saying these are some pretty bad cursed objects. Anyway, I was also wondering. This is a bit off topic, and we can continue on this conversation later. But you said you looked after magical objects when you were on the other continent.
Well, it's true. In our shop, yes.
Murder, eyes, glaring at Costas.
We ran an emporium. We were identifying and selling magical trick and collecting as well. I mean, we did all our best.
I'm just saying later, not now, but later. If you'd love, I'd love it if you could detail some of the objects, especially those that can be made, like armor or weapons. I'd love it if you could detail some.
Yes, is this your way of trying to work in crafting wondrous items into the conversation with the NPC the DM is controlling? Interesting. Very, very curious. Nothing pushes past you quite well, Lucas, does it? Well, if we have time, I mean, you all want to slay a dragon, so I don't know if there's going to be time for that. And I personally was on my way to a place that some of the Feywild had sought. They said it was a refuge, altar of flowers. Have you all heard of it?
That's where we're headed.
I heard that was a refuge that they had spoken. I was headed that way as well. Of course, I was slightly delayed after a giant poisonous snake made entrance, and I had to fight it off. And sure enough, we headed there today then.
Think so.
All right, let's get going.
So no reason
Everybody-
not.
no music, right?
No.
No music.
Such a shame.
We are all.
By the right
we
mind
could,
of sauce.
if we were to link, maybe he could sing that way.
Yeah.
No.
Yes, I see. Impossible.
Forcing a satyr not to sing or play a musical instrument is like chaining them. Some
It'll be a
sort of
challenge
force
for
and
you.
dragging them.
Israel does set up the telepathic bond to include him. So, you want to sing in there? There you go. Out
Yes!
loud.
Fantastic. Telepathic bond. It's real good thinking.
Oh, also, Soren, have you ever heard of air looting?
Oh, what?
Air looting. It's where you mimic the motions of a lute, but in the air.
Air looting. This must be something from a strange foreign land. I could try it.
I'm just saying, if you can't help yourself, it might help.
Am I doing it right?
Just do it as well as you can. Imagine you're holding one, just without noise.
Oh. Without noise? You sure?
Well, I mean, you could imagine the noise. You must have an active
Imagine the
imagination.
noise.
Please do not.
Well, we have the telepathic bond. I can send it outwards towards.
Please do not.
I would rather you didn't. I need to be so focused on the sounds of
Fine.
nature.
All of you are quite brute. Mr. I can't believe you're giving any of these my company. No cheer, no fun.
Fine.
Why
You know what? You
you-
can do me.
What's the fun of adventure if you're not having a little bit of fun?
Fine. Soren, you can do it to me. But I'm sure Thea and Joe
Oh,
need to be
yeah, he's
busy.
an accomplished musician. I mean, it's not the worst.
When I was aboard the Vorlakrin, this was the only thing that kept those Kundo at bay from spilling their guts as the harsh seas rang from left to right, smashing our ship against rocks. I was the one to keep the peace. And their
Different
food back to them.
circumstances. Believe me, when we were all on a ship together, I was playing loot every chance I could get too. But around here, I don't know if you noticed,
I
there's some nasty
understand.
beasties trying to kill us. So let's
I
just
get it.
keep it on the down low.
I understand. I'll be silent. Silent.
And trust me, don't worry. Once we get to a safe place, I am one to dance and jump on tables and such. It's
That is
Ah,
right.
let's
He does that.
let's go ahead and get going, shall we?
Mm,
All right. I believe it's this way. Begins to head slightly west and realizes, no, this is not right.
Soren, actually, we have a couple of people here who
That
are quite
Joe,
experienced.
that
Oh.
Joe and Thea are just like pointing in the direction we need to go.
Oh, that way. Good. Yes, let's go. Ha ha! Merry adventure awaits. Hmm.
This
Love
is
this
gonna
guy.
be good morning.
Faye, thank you for this NPC.
How is this creature still alive?
They're exceptionally, Israel, out of character, they're exceptionally lucky. Sword is very lucky. Let's see.
So, lucky feats? That makes sense. I don't know.
All right. So we are headed to the altar of flowers. Right. So the travel about I would say 3 hours or so, give or take, in terms of time. The overcast begins to billow, so the clear skies kind of come through. The sun's kind of blocked now, but there's no rain. The wind kind of continues, and the creatures around you flourish. There's no signs of trouble, and you're keeping your perceptions aware and looking for things and whatnot. Your perceptions as a party are exceptionally high, particularly for Thea. I think you have a 22 with your passive perception, which is pretty phenomenal. You are now coming into an area that is changing in a way that is odd. So where you were tall trees and the shrubs, the mushrooms and the very decayed kind of things, right? The marshes, right? Now that's transitioning as you're coming into this new area. It's moving to more of a forest, or what was and what has been depicted by Paxina and other NPCs in this adventure. And they're kind of going through what this place used to be. And that is what this is slowly transitioning as you're approaching the altar of flowers. Now I'm going to activate this map. I'm going to have a pause, turn down some of the ambiance here, as you are met with a kind of a gap or an area that's just vacant of trees. Now they're still surrounding you. Okay, it's not that they're not there, and they're still leafless or needleless. They're still there. There's a large boulders that kind of stand surrounded an upraised altar of flowers, quite literally. A green vine and yellow leafed tapestry woven with the vine and kind of these other sorts of bits and petals and such. They sit underneath a kind of wooden matching bowl that's just loosely placed there. The flowers are a massive, large variety, an array of colors, and it's just so strange to observe. It is a beacon of sorts. The other object that's interesting here is a trio of boulders, the middle one being higher and taller than the rest. That one stands roughly about 13 feet, and the other two about 8 to 9 feet in their heights. They're of solid stone. The grass kind of grows and moves around them. And again, the grass is green, flourishing, almost lively and building itself. Still change in difference of color, but again, that is catching you a little bit. Now, you stare off and looking, and this is where we come to the passive perception of Thea. When you are approaching this area, about roughly 30 or so feet, and then finally getting to this place where the trees are separating, you can kind of see the altar itself in a little more detail. You swear that you could have seen like swarms of like tiny creatures moving into some of the ferns and the shrooms as they noticed you. As you're looking from left to right, best thing that I can tell you is that there are eyes upon you.
We're being watched.
We bring shinies, and I hold up a platinum coin.
No.
I don't think that works on this one.
Say creatures.
I mean, maybe there's some collect mixed in. Okay, fine.
Would I know what could potentially be that small in an area of like that was dominated by like druids and fae and all that.
This is your choice of role, how you want to perceive. You want to go history towards your backstory and being from Temeria and association with Fae. You can go to a nature check, right, in terms of natural environments, what would associate themselves. Arcana, even, right, magical creatures being presented in areas such as this.
Go history, just because it makes more sense.
Yeah, there's a lot. I think the role it depends on what you're, what angle you're looking at it.
It would probably be history, just based on like my knowledge of my homeland, and stuff like that. Fey creature, based on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
14. There are tiny creatures that exist on the reservations. There are sprites as well as pixies. They're tiny.
Yeah. Sprites or pixies, maybe.
Would Costas have been given any background on those? Like, would he have been like told like those live in the area? Because like Marsh's is kind of close to Athema, or like.
No, just general fey creatures existed in the marshes.
Okay. So, do we go up to the altar, or are we just gonna?
Them pixies he mentioned. Do they like to eat people? Nibble your bum?
What do I remember about pixies and or sprites?
If you ask right, Joe.
Not what I was angling towards, but okay.
So what are we getting on to here? Let's see.
I kind of want to know what I would remember about pixies or sprites, what I would remember about fey creatures in general, like how you should interact with them.
I don't know if that would be applicable in your scenario right now where you're at. You would probably be met with making sure you don't step on any plant life around that they might hold sacred value. You can say maybe just introducing yourself broad if these creatures are hiding, and it seems that this, right? They've been hunted, it seems, according to Sword, even. One of those people that's captured. So they might just be thinking you're one of those, right? Trying to capture.
I'm gonna try something. I will call out gently in Sylvan. We mean no harm.
See as the tree to your right moves. What do you mean you mean no harm?
Not
So
fear
towers
us.
and looks down. Hear another voice coming outwards from the mushrooms to your left.
I swear, you're gonna get us killed! What are you doing?
Oh, they look friendly. Look, I have a Zeta with them.
Did we understand any of that, or are they speaking in Sylvan?
They're sitting in Sylvan.
Ah. So I just see a big ass ent come alive next to me.
Yep.
I'm gonna say fucking Celestial.
Soren looks up. Oh my! Istra, look! Look at the tree! Wow! Look at you!
Volume.
What?
This guy.
Control your volume.
Oh, it's fine. Come on, everyone. Okay.
Oh,
Well, you say so. They don't seem to be eating us yet.
be careful where you step.
Yeah.
Why? What are you afraid of? This is a tree.
Everything.
A shepherd of the forest. How are you today? Oh, I'm doing great. How are you? I'm doing well. They saved me, so I'm doing a lot better than I was.
Are they still speaking in Sylvan?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Yeah.
In common. How?
You see
It's
tiny little
so
creatures fly up in front of you, particularly Costas, that begin to swarm you, long swords in their eyes.
Where are you going, huh? Come on, what are you doing?
The big around.
Oh, they're adorable.
Who you calling adorable? One spits in your face. Ugh.
He's gonna hold out some beef jerky.
You can eat on it. It's pretty good. It's the big meow, 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 meow. Ah, look at these. Well, come everyone. Everything's fine. Yes.
So are these like the Feywild version of druids back home? I'm not too familiar with Fey creatures. Usually they were summoned by ne'er-do-wells back in the home counties. So I take it it's lots friendly.
I don't really know a ton about them. Just
Bree
that
begins
they
to move.
They seem to like jerky.
maybe just be careful where you step because you don't know what's important to them.
Yeah. Well, at least
And
they're not trying to kill us yet.
The fern begins to
Also,
move. The
just in
plant-like
case,
creature just comes out looking like a fern.
just in case, don't make any deals.
Yeah, no.
I mean, they're pretty funny once you spit in Costa's face.
Point.
Is that what makes them appealing? It's not their like high pitched voice enough for jerky.
Or
No,
sprites
they're
coming
pretty
out of the
aggressive.
brook.
Look, their swords are so small.
More formations of sprites. See, as this plant-like creature looks like a fern, just watching and staring at all of you. Different brooms and other appendages of their face, just watching and staring and looking. Soren just eagerly follows. Sprites continue to hover around you, Costas, looking for more jerky. You gotta eat more? Come on, give it to us. We want more. We're hungry. Come on.
Sure, but would you like some other stuff? I have bread.
Ugh, bread. You know, I don't like that. What do you got? What do you got?
Do you like fruits?
We'll take some fruit.
Did the rangers find any fruit or traveling? You said they found food or going, so I'm assuming they found fruit. Or something.
Yes, but I'm not sharing.
Yeah, neither am I.
Oh. Okay.
Well, welcome
man.
to the altar of flowers. Speaks in Sylvan, now changing slightly over to common. My name is Falsworth.
Well,
Balls.
hi.
How do you
Yeah.
spell that?
Falsworth.
Was it Valsworth or Valsworth?
Falsworth. I posted it in chat. Well, I come from a long line of Worths. Yeah, my cousin Bellsworth. Trailsworth, how are you? Redworth? It's kind of a dick. Oh! Well,
Would you happen to know a tree that goes by the title of Sun Tree by any chance?
no. Who would name a tree after the sun? You know we would burn to death if we were at the sun. It seems so bright and hot. It's nice. It's this far away, but the sun, if it was a tree, and it was the sun, and it was glowing, I could see that being a lot of problems.
Yeah, I can see that being a problem too, but it's not in a literal sense.
Widesworth and Stansworth. And that one's over there is Filesworth and Vineworth and Fernworth. And Filesworth literally just keeps going. No, it's just like ignoring now, just pointing at trees, just saying their names.
Falsworth, just a moment. Thank you for introducing us all. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. What is your name?
I go by Istriel. My companions here will introduce themselves. Come on now, everybody, be courteous.
Oh, hello. I am Costas Morninglight.
Oh, Thala Madani.
Dirty Joe Bookwilder.
Thea.
And I'm Soren. Hello. I don't know if I'm part of them yet, but hey, it counts for something. Ah, nice to meet you
Felix is
all.
Dragon's name.
Mm.
Costas is currently trying to use the jerky to get the pixies / sprites to land on his shoulder.
They're landing on your shoulder. It's good. Yeah. Why are you all here?
Well,
Did I ask that already?
no,
I don't-
you have not. We are here to investigate certain people who last we are aware of. They were here. The Salinar.
Ah, yes, Salinar. This is their altar.
Right. Are they still around?
Oh, the Salinar, are they still around? Yes, of course. They are here, no there, no anywhere, really. What's your name? I never remember your names. The northern one holds up the hand. Bosworth, my name is Tremil. You remember that, don't you? Yes. I didn't forget that. Tremil, that is your name. They're still there, aren't they? Of course. They're just this way. Why don't you all follow me? Turns and walks towards the boulder. Literally just walks through it, disappearing through the stone. Ah, yes, that's the way over there.
All right, stone portals, here we go.
Yeah, let's go.
At least they ain't trying to eat us.
How do you know?
What if the stone eats you?
Are the little fae following me? Or
Yeah.
right.
They're following you to some extent until you get up to the boulder, and then they kind of disperse.
I'm gonna throw like one little piece of beef jerky kind of like out into the air.
Grab at it, fighting a little bit. Jerry Joe, do you walk through the boulder?
Yeah, as I do it though, I turn my head around and say, "Come on, guys, this ain't even the weirdest thing what's happened to us in the last 12 hours. Let's just go talk to whoever's there."
Let's go.
Sure.
So, Jerry Joe, you're the first one here. You see as you go through, you enter the darkness kind of in it. And a light begins to shine a few feet away. You don't see at all in the space. It's not very large. It's just big enough to fit a medium-sized humanoid with like 15 or so feet of length towards, you can move around right around you in radius. The light begins to shine a few feet away from you at the back of the space. The light dances and floats like wisp as it comes towards you. A sensation of its touch begins to feel otherworldly, strange. As it begins to happen, there are vines sprouting from the ground. They begin to wrap around your body tightly, constricting you. You begin to kind of follow through, and the petals of a rose begins to grow around you. You then are encased within the actual flower. Now, Othala, Casas, Istriel, Soren's the backside here, just following along. It looks like they, Felix, what are you both doing?
I don't want to go. I'm super sketched.
You don't have to. You can stay with Falsworth. Or not stay here at all.
I mean, I agree. It is super sketch there, but they're going, and if it is something sketch, we should probably be there to take care of them.
Yeah.
I will skeptically walk towards, as long as they is walking as well.
Okay.
Same. I'm skeptically walking toward it.
All right. So skeptically walking towards. So who is after Dirty Joe?
Colossus is pretty enthusiastic, you know. He found like a little small army of pixies who now love him, so he's happy. He's going for
Kind
it.
of bubbling, and the pixies are kind of zooming off. They don't go within you. Then you pass through the stone, and then you see literally Dirty Joe's head just grabbed up in a flower, and then the petals just fall, and Dirty Joe's no longer there.
I hope that's what's meant to happen.
You see as the
Well.
light begins to grow with wisps, as they do, they just float over your general direction. They begin to tickle and probe at you. Then vines sprout from the ground, wrapping around your legs, growing around, and then petals of a flower begin to grow. Who's next?
Dollar goes in.
The hell you walk in, you see his glasses face wrapped with the petals of the flower, and then they unfold. Cassus is no longer there.
This is gonna be a death trap, and we all died.
Oh, you can see the president.
I want to turn around real quick. Do I see the exit, or is it like a stone wall?
No, you turn around and you just come through the stone back outside. It's just yeah.
It disappeared. And I'm gonna poke my head right back into the stone.
Just see a little light, kind of little wisps back in. What do you mean they disappeared?
I just seen Costas get wrapped up and then disappear.
Come on, there's nothing to be afraid of. So fine. Maybe this is the way. Who knows? Ugh.
All right.
Okay, Israel goes next. Israel, same thing happens to you. Sword follows after. Same thing happens. Sword.
Dollar lets it happen.
All lets it happen. Felix and Thea.
Return to Thea and be like, I just teleported onto the back of a fucking ancient black dragon yesterday. This scares me more.
Yep.
And I'll step through.
Mm-hmm.
Step through. Wrapped around, grabbed, and then begins to wrap. Okay, Thea.
I'm gonna take a beat. Yeah, this is a mistake. This is a mistake. This is a mistake, and I'm gonna go through.
Okay, you go through and you wrap around. All right. So, everyone, that's the game. It was nice playing with you all. It's been a joy.
I called it. If this was a death trap, we'd have just TPK'd.
Good job.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I was right.
It's back. Damn you, Spectrum.
So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did we
If it was a death trap.
Druids were worshipping a evil
No
god?
longer. Nearby the altar or underneath the boulder, you are in an area filled with running streams, grassy knolls, rich ferns, fertile flowers, and tall redwoods. Creatures dance and move about the area freely, little care that have entered it. High in the sky, above you, you are underneath a massive redwood tree. The radius spans hundreds of feet. You're under the uprooted roots. Casing, there are shelters, hovels, lean-tos. People talking, trading, making way. There's hundreds of lean-tos here. These wood elves resemble that in some of their features, but they are purple eyes, of ghostly complexions at times, in the way that their skin is different shading. They have weaponry, particularly whether spears and wooden shields raised towards you as you emerge from a flower that is bloomed from the ground. As it unfurls yourself, so you're covered in like sap or some sort of sweet liquid, sticky slightly. They're just pointing at you, raised, eyes glistening and moving with energy. They are wearing bodysuits made of leaf, fern, hide, others just kind of covering their bodies in tight features. They are all rather female in their presentations. Their hairs are different kind of designs and cuts, mainly that of long to short. First glance, the community is unique. Feywild creatures that you've seen before, they are here. Definitely comprises more of this wood elf-esque creatures. You're at the center point of underneath this tree, it seems. A pool of water sprouts forth around, tranquil is it? It's only about a half a foot deep. Vines kind of growing, working themselves from a dome. It's writhing and moving, shifting its weight back and forth. You see as the creatures pointing the spears look in the direction of the dome. The vine begins to unfurl itself, creating a door at 10-foot ceiling height, bridge land as it grows and blossoms itself away from the water. Then the creatures begin to move themselves, shifting, giving you ways to leave. Each one of you. No longer entrapping you in the positions, turning themselves in body and positions, motioning for you to go forth into the dome vine.
Damn it, guys, you're supposed to give me a safe word before you tie me up. Them's the rules.
Costas would like to look around and determine whether they just look female or whether they are all actually female.
Not entirely sure how I can help you with that one. All I can tell you is that they... I don't know. David's laughing. David, I don't know if I can help. I don't think I can help you with that. I've described them in the way...
DNA analysis to see what the chromosome structure is.
I have described them in the way that I have described them. It is up to you to interpret them.
Well, you said that they just had like long hair, so I'm like just saying like, is it just long hair?
It's
or
not.
do they all have,
No,
like,
I said female in appearance. So maybe their cheekbones are higher and the more pointy, but it could be that they're more elves. They might have a presentation of a body of a figure, right, with the hips and things, but they don't. They're not necessarily just that. That's like kind of I'm allowing you to draw your imagination as I do.
I was trying to determine whether they just were like just a group of elves that had like a very kind of just feminine by our standards look, or whether they was just entirely females. Okay. Besides that, also Costas is now just kind of like licking his hands because there's like sweet licking sap all over him now. He's licking his fingers like it's Cheetos.
Thea's grabbing his hand away from his face. Not anything here.
But man, how many times were you dropped on your head as a child? You don't know what's in that. Don't lick that.
I think
Not enough.
It may be right.
Okay, I'm sorry, but these people seem very, well, maybe not friendly, but they don't seem like they'd poison us. You know, I've met. This seems like a nice place. You know, like we saw the pixies. We saw like this is, you know.
I don't know. They violated the safe word rule.
You see as you enter into the Vine Dome, there is a spot up top giving light as it sheds through. A light source that's unknown. It seems just to be shimmering and creating an ambiance. There's a pool of water in here with similar flowers, the altar flowers growing in patterns and beauty. As it is, the water's tranquil. Endless, it seems. There's no bottom. There are logs positioned for seating, leaves thrown, ferns growing in clay pots, and a pile of leaves with a figure that is currently sitting. Wears very little. Signs an interwoven fern leaf dress, green-stained high boots. They have a staff of vine and leaf. Thorn and vine crown sits upon the head of a beautiful golden blonde hair. The eyes are hazel and violet at the same time. The features are sharp and fierce. They have a wooden amulet inscribed with druidic runes and an inlaid black gemstone. As they look upon all of you, they stand up, staff Welcome to the Grove of Talus. I am Matriarch Yaslina, and you are my guests. Come. Please. Do not be afraid. You are safe now. You are sheltered, and you will be protected. Motions as the vine door wraps on itself tight.
I mean, did you have to tie us up like that?
Tie you up how?
I mean, I just got it by a bunch of vines.
I understand the process of getting here is strange to you. I apologize, but it is the way. Selena.
Is the black gemstone in her talisman/necklace thing the kind we're looking for, or just a black gemstone in general?
It seems to be of the right color and the roughness, as well as the shape. Come, feast. He sees the hands move from left to right, with the wooden staff, the eyes growing purple and pink, catching lightning sprouts. You notice that flowers begin to bloom on the vine thorns, and a variety of strange fruits grow rapidly. Large and massive, some of them are. Feast to your heart's delight. Drink the waters of Talus. You'll be nourished beyond your imagination.
Are we telepathically linked right now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, what kind of read are you getting on this?
What
Generous
kind of
woman.
read, what kind of read am I getting on this?
Roll insight.
I am super sketched out.
22.
Yeah.
They, in terms of their body language and things, it's not really rehearsed. They are a little bit surprised to see you all, but they're welcoming in the context of what they perceive as a welcome. They do have some urgency for you to drink the water.
Yep. I don't like that. Telepathically, I do not like that. Try to avoid drinking and or eating anything here, please. Please.
Yeah, me neither.
Too late.
I'm sticking with the fish.
Aim directly at Costas.
Costas is like, oh shit. Like he's mentally in Celestial saying, oh shit.
If it's all the same to you, miss, my rations are doing me just fine.
Of course, you are more than welcome to consume what you have brought into our grove. You are guests. You are not bound by our laws or our rights. Come, sit down. Don't be afraid.
Could I look further at when they said our rights? She just mentioned our laws or our rights. I want to like kind of immediately be like, oh shit, is this like a?
I'm keeping active like judgment on the situation, like roaming everything she says, everything she does, every mannerism. Just I don't like any of this.
Like when she said rights, does it mean she's like rights like rite of passage, or more rights as in like right to not be made slaves?
Roll insight. $17. You notice that the matriarch had looked you up and down when they said that.
Okay. God damn. I shouldn't have eaten the sweet Cheeto dust. Okay.
I send
Question.
Costas a message mentally. Safe word.
Question. Is the matriarch looking at the males in this group specifically and like avoiding ministerial?
No, they're looking at all of you.
Okay.
Right. Well, understand. We can be appear to be a bit cautious. world outside is a bit dangerous.
I'm gonna mentally do over
Of course.
the flank. Ask if anyone can like covertly check for poison or magic or like a spell or something.
I can.
I can see you all are uncomfortable. You are more than welcome to stay here. Again, eat your own food and get your rest. I will depart. If you have need of me, you merely can call.
Thank you.
Lowers the head. As the staff was raised and put down in front of them, they're enveloped in leaves of beautiful chromatic rainbow colors. They are enveloped in that, and then they unfurl themselves once more, and the matriarch is no longer there. Petals begin to dissolve into the floor of the leaves and of the grass. As all of you are very confused, I try to please, baby. We're gonna end the session because we are past the time. You're all welcome.
Great.
Great. I love it. How's everyone doing, huh?
Oh, it's great. It's great.
I'm gonna spill it into the frying pan.
I'm
I
really
gotta
just
get going, though.
I'm
Bye.
really hoping this isn't that trope that you see in like every show ever. Like
I feel like you all are making it that trope. That's fine.
Death by Snoo Snoo.
Yeah.
I wasn't I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking more like, you know that episode of Rick and Morty? There's the kind of Amazonian
Oh,
society in Rick and Morty. I was thinking more
yeah.
like that.
They must rebuild.
At least we didn't get eaten by a dragon
Yeah.
today.
Anyway,
Right.
so Michael, would asking Soren about magical items that count as me knowing about them so I can make them?
I felt that from you. I felt that from you. For sure.
It's a good question.
What's a good question?
Obsessive.
I gotta
I'm
get
not.
going, guys, but I'll catch you guys next week.
Okay,
Bye.
sounds good.
Later, man.
Bye. All right.
I really need to just play like a dwarf, like fucking blacksmith at this point.
You just need to play Dwarf Fortress. Go do
I
that.
I think dwarves are just like my spirit as race. Just yes, I want to make weapons. Give me the ability to make. Like fuck. Every game that has smithing, I will get smithing. I hope you know that. That is. I do crafting in
Let
every
it
dimension.
go. All right, this is your challenge. Go one entire session without mentioning upgrading, researching, smithing, forging, any crafting whatsoever.
The phrase, I have a question about crafting.
I have a question
not-
about crafting. Question.
Become a
That's fine.
meme in our group.
All right, so we have
question about crafting.
930 experience each. It's going to put you at
Yes.
64,160 experience total, and that will have you all level up to level 10.
Oh, we made it.
This sweet, sweet victory, yeah. I don't know in terms of experience and leveling and certain things in terms of the founders, so we're gonna get to that. I actually have it after I've updated this. But we're gonna get the stream closed out. So if you're watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we're gonna find out next week if this is a common trope here, and apparently we're going right to the thing. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm very curious here. Felix, was very right. You both were like, we don't want to go here. I'm surprised you both went, but that's okay. Well, you're all here now, and we're gonna figure out what happens. So thanks so much, and check us out again next week. Again, Saturdays at 4:00 with the Wayward One. So bye.
Bye.
Bye.